everyone. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. How is everybody doing today? Hello there, Newton. Thank you very much for being first. Hi there, Star Moon. How you doing? We're vibing today. I have some spaghetti that I didn't finish. I'm a little bit discombobulated today, I won't lie. Can't wait to hear about the magic book. Oh, boy. You guys are in for a treat. You guys are in for a treat. If you like ranting mom, if you like popping off mom, this is going to be a good day. Because we're going to talk about the first part of the book. I don't know if we'll get through like the whole thing, but we're going to talk about the foreword for sure. And the forward is very annoying. So it's going to be a high quality moment. But yes, I wanted to start out with just some chit chat because we usually get stun locked forever. And I want to do like a proper intro. You know what I mean? I want to do like a proper introduction. So I've set up like a new scene. I hope you guys like it. I've set up like a new scene for this specifically. So, but you'll see in a minute. How's everybody's day going? I have some Starbucks. Hi, Space Panda. Hi. I have a little bit of Starbucks. Professional. Yes. Very professional, very serious. Hi, Bucky. Hello. And then I don't know if the whole stream will be a cult book stuff. We'll see how we feel. But I think a little bit later, maybe we'll play Minecraft. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I've been thinking a lot about Monster Hunter, but I can't play Monster Hunter because I don't have space for it on my computer. I did not make space for it on my computer. What type of drink do you get from Starbucks? I usually get a matcha latte. And by usually, I mean basically every time. I get the green slime. I get it in the milkshake. I get it in the cold and I get it in the hot. And right now I have it hot. And usually I get them to put some of the syrup. I get it to be vanilla syrup. Yeah. That's the only thing that's different. I don't like really mess with it. Yeah. And sometimes I get a strawberry milkshake. Ooh, let me make sure that no, it's not. Look at this. My noise cancellation was not on. Sorry if you guys were getting some background noise, but the audio should be better. Okay. Thanks. Should be slightly better audio. Can you please not cough on purpose?
What if I cough on purpose?
You're the kind of person who absolutely would. More background noise equals more buddy noise. Yes, but also it includes like cat farts and things. Yeah, I see no downsides. Yeah, I mean, I disagree, but sounds pretty good. I agree. I like the matcha latte. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty tasty. I get it with oat milk. So swaggy. But yeah, I don't know. Starbucks is so expensive. I don't know. We've been going more lately than we like have. For a while we were boycotting it. I mean like boycotting it, but we weren't going because they were having like a strike. So while the strike was on, we didn't go. And then for a while after the strike, we didn't go. I'm playing Sims 4 right now. I have been considering playing Sims 4 for a minute. I don't know, you guys. I feel like either it'll be really boring or it'll be amazing. I feel maybe it's just my insecurity because I feel like I'm not as funny as the people who make Sims really funny. Do you know what I mean? Like there are a couple people who make really funny Sims videos. And I don't know if that can be me. Do you know what I mean? My Tim Hortons here is lacking. Their coffee quality lately kind of sucks if I want coffee when I'm nabbing donuts. Yeah, I don't know. So, lately, for some reason, Tim Hortons has been fucking up our tea a lot. And it's not that complicated. We get the same thing every single time we go to Timmy's, which is steep tea. Both Buddy and I get steep tea with 2 oat milk and 2 sugar. Sometimes it's way sweet. Sometimes it's not sweet at all. Sometimes it's like half milk. Sometimes there's literally 0 milk. Sometimes it's coffee. Sometimes it just tastes like boiled water.
Yeah, one time we got something that was definitely just oat milk in water.
Yeah, it was actually so bad that we stopped at a different Tim Hortons and brought our teas inside. And we were like, can we get new tea? And they made us new tea. They like took the lid off and looked at it and they're like, that's definitely just water. And I was like, how does this happen? I don't know.
It's an automatic machine. Like it literally just makes the tea perfect.
I'm trying to give them leeway because they make like $1 an hour.
True.
But also, what the fuck? Anyway, so that's what happened. True. I'm in a Sims file, which a family has 1 kid, 2 toddlers, and a baby. So it's interesting. See, I like the idea of decorating. Machine decided water that day. Literally how? You look at it, it looks like tea. I don't know. I can't. I like the idea of decorating, and I like the idea of messing with little guys. Right? Like with just having like multiple little guys that I mess with. This is also not my normal music playlist. I just let it pick from Steven Universe Dad, Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart because it was stuck in my head. Being in a Minecraft and Elden Ring kick lately. Oh, for me or you? Yeah, I've been playing Elden Ring. I've been playing less video game. I've been trying to do more just chatting streams because I wonder if you guys like those better. I don't know. I also need to play Alien Isolation per our contractual subathon agreement. What is happening with Starbucks? Starbucks has been mostly okay. The only problem I have with Starbucks is sometimes when I get iced drinks, they're not mixed. Do you guys notice that? It's hard to tell if it's on purpose or not. I think sometimes they are trying to make it more aesthetic. Starbucks? No, you're doing great. You're doing so good. You're doing amazing. I'm with you. I'm on board. Tasty. Me too. Minecraft is good and Elden Ring is good. Sorry about it. I enjoy both, so yeah. Never had Starbucks, so I know nothing about them. What can I say? Okay, Starbucks is expensive, but the nice thing about Starbucks is that you can go to every Starbucks and get the same like kind of fancy drink and you can drive through. That's the main thing. So like there's not really other places like in my town that you can like drive up and get a fancy drink. Do you know what I mean? So like they have mostly, it's like you imagine to be mostly like coffee stuff, but really Starbucks is not about coffee. Starbucks is about other like fancy beverages. So it's like, you know, like sweet coffee drinks, like different flavors added to it, or like cold iced tea with different flavor, like half lemonade and half iced tea with little strawberry jimmies in it, you know, and like milkshakes with cream on top, like that kind of stuff, you know? So Buddy gets a oat espresso. What do you get?
Brown sugar oat shaken espresso.
Yeah, he gets that. And I get the matcha because I like it because it's not too sweet. Yeah. It's good. Basically, everything on the menu is pretty sugary and pretty tasty. I have heard that their like black coffee is really bad. But I hate coffee, so I never drink it. Milkshakes have me sold. When I find one, I'll test it out. Yeah. And there's also a bunch of okay, Starbucks is one of those places kind of like, you know how like you can go to McDonald's and they honor every request as long as it's like actually physically doable. So if you like went to McDonald's and you said, give me 6 chicken patties with ham in between each of them, they like just would do it. Starbucks is also kind of like that. So there's a bunch of like secret menu items, but at this point, like it's not even really a secret menu because it's just recipes of things you can ask for. So you can like go online and find like a recipe for like birthday cake flavored milkshake, and you can go to the counter and tell them what you want in it and it'll come back taste like birthday cake, you know? So I get my matcha with half of their like sugar syrup that's like plain flavored, but then I get half of the vanilla syrup so it tastes a little bit vanilla-y. You know, sometimes when I get like hot chocolate in the winter, sometimes I'll get peppermint syrup. You know what I mean? So they have like a bunch of different flavors you can add to shit. I like the chocolate chip thing, though I think that thing is coffee. Some sort of chocolate chip milkshake. The strawberry one is good and the plain one is good. And all of the milkshakes are vegan if you have them make them with non-dairy milk. So there's like some sort of base that they use for them and that's vegan. So if you get it with soy milk, they're a little icy, but they're good. And then they have whipped cream. But if you're not vegan, you can just get it how it comes and it's really tasty. Just saying. Yeah. And then like you can tell on the menu which of their milkshakes have like coffee in them, which of them don't. They're not milkshakes, they're frappuccinos, pardon me. Anyway, that's the Starbucks tea. And they have a bakery. Let's be honest. They have frozen stuff that they microwave for you. Which is fine.
It has been baked at least once.
It has been baked in their like little oven that's in the store. So I usually get like the little scones. Even though I know they're not vegan. And they have these little egg thingies that are very good, actually, also. Hi, Daka. Hi, how are you? How are you, darling? How's your day going? It's not a microwave. It's like a toaster oven, but really big. The baked things are pretty good. And they have like bagels and they also have like little cheese platters, but all the food is really expensive. So, oh, and they have fucking Rice Krispie treats. They have fucking Rice Krispie treats and they used to be so good. Okay. And then they changed the recipe and now they taste like sawdust.
Wow.
The fuck did you do, Starbucks? Hello there, Amanadel. Hello. Thank you for the follow. You pulled the sun. So I'm going to remind you that even when things are good, they can be a little tiring. So take good care of yourself. I possess 12,000 Moth channel points. Probably everybody has so many points now. I shouldn't have refunded everybody. It was a bad idea. Hadn't had a Rice Krispie in years. Man, Lost Woe, they were so good. The Starbucks Rice Krispies were so good. Like, let me tell you what, okay? They were like a huge Rice Krispie treat. They're still kind of huge, okay? And they had like chunks of marshmallow in it. It's like they made the Rice Krispie treat and then added mini marshmallows after.
Oh my God, I can't believe they're so bad.
And they were good. They were like sweet, but like not too sweet. And they had like a nice, like stretchy. They were so good. And now they're really terrible. And my theory is that they saw that William Osmond video where he keeps adding sawdust to the Rice Krispie treat until it doesn't taste good anymore. They saw that and they were like, bet.
Oh, I can do that.
We can save money. It makes me so sad.
What did he get? 62%? We got that.
It literally tastes like sawdust though. It's so bad, you guys. Hateful. Oh, also I have an update. Okay, so if you were here yesterday, we did a Zillow house. The poor Rice Krispie. I know, it's so sad. And they're like dense now. The other day I had one of the frozen lemonade drinks. The dragon one was delicious. Would order again. Yeah, the lemonades are all pretty good. I get the passion tea lemonade, which I don't think is on the menu anymore, but they still have it. Because they're kind of doing the refresher thing now. But yeah, it's like pink color tea, and then it's half that and half lemonade. It's really good. When we were in the woods, we found a Starbucks, like in the little town near there. Not in the woods, but in like the little town. There was this, okay, the tea is that Buddy needed firewood, and the firewood at Ontario Park's really bad. So we went to a huge Canadian Tire, and near the Canadian Tire there's a Starbucks. And I went in there and I was like, give me the biggest passion tea lemonade they have. Oh my God, you guys. They gave me like 1.5 liters. It was so huge. I don't know how people drank it. Anyway, yeah, it was giant. What was I going to say? Oh, if you were here yesterday, you were watching the Zillow house. Okay, so there's a clip from it that I think Boundary took. But, okay, I flipped out. I was really pissed off at this like house that they were selling and how much they were charging for it and all this stuff. And then I showed some of the VOD to Buddy, and then he was really pissed off. He was also pissed about the power washing. It was a really glorious rant, you guys. You missed it. It was right before stream. It makes me so mad that a rich person would try to sell their house for an obscene amount and not even pressure wash their driveway. For like, it's like not cleaning your eaves troughs. Why? Anyway. Cry every night. Shall we begin though? Do you guys want to get started? Does anybody have like non-magic book related tea to discuss before we begin? I should pick some music. I know exactly the music I'm going to play. I'm going to play my spooky playlist. It's been a minute. Where is it? I made this playlist for Monsters of the Week once.
The idea MrsMothmom, a one-shot campaign, but instead of rolling you can choose to draw a card from the Cards Against Humanity deck.
Oh, that does sound fun. We were talking about this actually, of doing tarot readings like that. I would like to do more. If I had more time, I would like to do more, you know, Dungeons and Dragons type content. Are you guys excited? Listen to my weird plant music. We've played this before. Amazing. Ooh, I was supposed to check my recording to make sure it records everything properly. It's probably fine. Hold on, let me check my settings really quick. You guys can enjoy the tunes for a second while I do that. Theoretically, this should like work the way I have it set up. I think. Oh, there is stuff that's only... Yeah, see, like the sounds are only on one track. That's not what I want. I think... Tabletop Sim, TTS sounds. Yeah. And then this can also go on 3. What are the alerts on? Oh my God, none of this stuff is set up. How did I do that? Okay, hold on. I need to fix my sound settings. Dun, dun, dun. I don't have anything on the right tracks. Okay, you guys, I do this thing. I have all my audio separated into tracks so that when I'm recording, I can record things on different tracks. You know what I mean? So that when I'm editing the video, it's like easier. Okay, so the mic is on track 2.
Mothstream go like wow 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 wow.
Mothstream go like wow wow wow. If you guys lose any sounds, please let me know, but you shouldn't. Feature chat shouldn't make any noises, but that's fine. The goal bar shouldn't make any noises. That's fine. Okay. I'm gonna put this on here. I have all the sounds on their own track. Yeah, okay, and then I have Spotify on its own track. The room shouldn't make any noise, but that can go on track 3. The throne alerts can go on track 3. Tits, I guess, can go to track 4. And then the regular alerts can go on track 3. And then I have Patreon, sound alerts, TTS, Tabletop Simulator. Yeah. And like touch portal noises. Okay, so that should work. I think that should be good. Okay, I think I figured it out. Sorry, you guys. Mothstream go like, oh, wow, 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 wow. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Hold on, I'm going to throw something. Everything's seems like you guys can probably hear it good. Actually, I think the tracks for you guys are the same. Like, I think you guys are literally hearing everything exactly the same. Yeah. Yeah, so all of my, like, this is maybe a little technical, but, like, all the sounds that you guys are hearing right now are on track 1, and all the sounds that are on the VOD are on track 6. So that excludes specifically Spoofy, Spotify, and then everything else is mixed for recording. Okay, shall we begin? Are you guys ready? Are you guys emotionally ready for this occult book? I'm going to explain it. Don't worry. Let's go to the new scene. Ta-da! Oh, here, let me hide this for a minute. Okay. And I got to move my ass. I'm too big. Beep, beep. Ta-da! I'm in this corner to make room for the book that we're going to review. Yeah. And I have a finger. Get poked. And look, now you guys are on the side. So your chat isn't going to be random anymore like it usually is. It's over here. Super ready. I watched one episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where Kaiba found out his past before this. Good, good, good. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very important. It's very important to understand the Yu-Gi-Oh! Lore. Okay, so I should be able to boop. Ta-da! Look, you guys, it's my book. Yeah. It's like a little caterwonky. I'm going to adjust it because I can. I mean, it's not like the stream's not scuffed. That's not what I wanted. Let me adjust this a little bit. So I'm going to adjust the border like this. And then I'll also adjust. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. There we go. That seems slightly more centered, doesn't it? Bump. Bing bong. Now I fixed it. I'm a genius. Magic. Nice. What is Yu-Gi-Oh? Card games on motorcycles. It's card games on motorcycles. Very technical business. So all the alerts and everything should be set up in here. And if I fricked something up, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like a trading card game, and there's like a little bit of a competitive type of game also. New set. I just moved things around a little bit to hopefully make it aesthetic for my YouTube video that I'm going to make. So yeah, so I'm going to edit this down to be a little bit more concise for later, but that video won't be up for a bit. So you guys are not missing out on anything right now. Okay, so let me give you guys a little bit of an intro. Let me explain a little bit what's going on. So if you are kind of a spooky, witchy type person, then you probably know that the way the magic kind of happens in the Western tradition is through books. And there are a lot of like medieval texts that are very central to learning how to do magic, right? What we're going to do today is we are going to read this book called Magic and Occult Primer by a guy named David Conway. We're going to talk a little bit about like who this dude is. We're going to talk about the foreword to it and maybe a little bit more depending on how much time we have. And talk about like his collection of things that he considers important for like beginners to learn, right? So like all these primary sources, all these like medieval occult texts are really difficult to read, and they have a lot of really detailed information about magic. They have like a lot of like correspondence tables and like instructions for drawing different magic circles and like instructions for how to set up candles and like summon certain spirits and stuff. And it just becomes a real big mess. And also some of the stuff that's part of the like Western occult tradition is from other cultures. And so some of the texts are like not in English, and like, you know, some of them are like intended to be part of like bigger religious traditions and all this kind of stuff. So I picked this book because I was kind of hoping that it would condense a lot of that more complicated and like harder to access stuff into a good beginner introduction, right? And so far, David Conway we'll see it as we like look at the book, but like he sort of presents it like that's what he's doing. Like he's just presenting, he sort of talks about it as though he's just presenting other important information and just like making it available. But he definitely has opinions, and they are definitely included in this book. So we're going to talk about like how successful it is and like where the information he's getting is coming from, and also my feelings and opinions about it. Does anybody have questions? Do you guys have any questions before we get started? So like this book was written, should be here. This particular edition was published in 1988, but I think this book was originally, okay, so this edition is from 1991. But this book, I think, was originally published before 1988. This David guy watching this from the cover, I think this is supposed to be like a lady. I don't think this is him. I think this is a womana. Who is David? No wiki page. We're going to talk about that. I think this is supposed to be like a lady.
Are you trying to say that a lady can't be called David? Getting rid of you.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm saying, but also, how many Lady Davids do you know?
Davids?
Okay. Yeah, I think this is not supposed to be him. And I have actually, okay, hold on. I actually didn't open it. Let me grab it. I had it open earlier and then I closed it. Genius. I made a Milanote with some important business in it. Okay, let me see. This should, bink, ba-da. Okay, so actually, ya boy, David Conway, I had a picture of him. Let me see, actually, there he is. Here's the man himself. This is what he looks like.
He looks like that kind of guy.
Well, we're going to talk about this guy because this guy, it's more complicated than just, like, he doesn't have a Wikipedia page, which, if you're an author, he's like got more recent books. Anyway, so yeah, so we're going to talk about this book. And if you guys have any questions, I will talk about it. But the first thing we're going to talk about is the foreword, which is by a guy named Colin Wilson. I would not trust this man to watch my cat. To be honest, neither would I. Also, my cats are yodeling. I guess it is food time. So their yodeling is correct. Congratulations, cat. You've been right about exactly one thing. Okay, so. Listen to him go, huh? Ooh, actually, you know what I want to do too? There's one other thing I wanted to do. Right now, your chat messages like disappear, but I want them to stay. I can do that. I can make that possible. Before I forget to do it, we gotta love some scuff. Some scuff is important. Okay, chat bubbles. Settings. Animation in a lifetime. Hide out of bound bubbles? No. Press 0 to never hide. Okay, save. Hello. You guys post a couple of messages in chat for me, even if it's just a couple of emojis, so I can test it. So I can test that it's actually not going away. Beep, beep, boop. Wow. Illuminati. Incredible. Thank you for this. Oop. I cleared it. Oh no, not pee pee poo poo Illuminati. We lost it. A national treasure. Truly. Very good. Okay, yeah, that looks to be working correctly. Very good, very good. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. Okay, so let's begin. So this foreword is written by this guy, Colin Wilson. And Colin Wilson is an English author. And he also wrote another book on occultism. So he's like a fiction author, this Colin guy. And he's written a bunch of books about like magic and occult stuff on the side. So he's like known for his fiction stories. And then he's also like doing this sort of occult thing. And I have a quote. I have a quote about this Colin Wilson guy. that I absolutely love. So let's go to his Wikipedia page and let me see if I can find it. I'm going to zoom in. Here is this man, Colin Wilson. There's his face. Wow. What an incredible lad. Truly, white boy. Wrote widely on true crime, mysticism, and the paranormal. Oh my God, he's no longer with us. Rest in peace, Colin. I hope that all of your weird esoteric dreams came true. So there is, okay, nonfiction. There is a specific quote. Here he talks about peak experience. Where is it? Oh, maybe I won't be. That's reception. Oh, I think it's in this section. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so this is a quote from this guy, Martin Gardner. Okay. And he says, Colin bought it all with unparalleled egotism and scientific ignorance. He believed almost everything he read about the paranormal, no matter how outrageous. Okay, that's the quote. And y'all, I cannot express to you enough how much this matches my experience of this Colin guy's writing. Colin Wilson, he wrote another book, which actually he name drops in the foreword to this thing he's doing for his homie. Okay, whatever. I mean, get your bag, plug your shit, I guess. He wrote another book called The Occult. It's just called The Occult. Actually, buddy, will you bring it to me? Can you do me a favor? Okay? Hey, buddy?
What?
Can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you bring me The Occult? It's on the occult bookshelf right here. It's the big black one. He's going. He wrote a book called The Occult, which I actually have a physical copy of. I bought it. And this book, yeah, it's just called The Occult. It's the big one. Hey, Aster Says Stuff. Thank you very much for the follow. You pulled the Emperor. Thank you. The Emperor reminds you that structure can be good, but too much structure can be a little bit stressful. So be sure to take good care of yourself. This book, The Occult, it's such a nightmare. I stopped. I literally quit. It made me so angry that I couldn't continue. And I was like 2 chapters in, y'all. I hadn't even made it past the first section. And the first section is like all supposed to be introductory stuff. This man is... I can't. So we're going to talk... So you'll see what I mean. Oh my God, I can't. I was going to quote some stuff from this The Occult book, but suffice it to say, if you actually want to learn something, I strongly don't recommend The Occult by Colin Wilson. Okay, it's infuriating. And it's for this exact reason. Your boy clearly just believes everything. Every single thing he reads and hears, he just believes it, sight unseen, right on its face, no questions asked, and he just says it. And he just says it in whatever order. He doesn't have any care or attention for like where things are coming from or how he's connecting them together. It drives me nuts. So let's have a look at it. Okay. So the forward starts, this is a chart it's from Agrippa, I think. Yeah. Proportions of man. Hey, kitty, don't eat that spaghetti. Buddy, your spaghetti. Hey. Your spaghetti can you come get it? I can't watch it.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He's trying to eat your spaghetti.
Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry.
Mister.
Imagine, oh my God, Lost Woe. How in one...
I just fed you.
It's okay. Your frustration is valid. Lost Woe. Colin Wilson, 1,000% would have a bullshit podcast. 1,000%. He would have a bullshit podcast. And he would just say, oh my God, I can't even. Okay. But it is what it is. Okay. Maybe he did. Maybe he did have a podcast. I'm sure he was on the radio. Something about old Englishmen. Every single one of them are on the fucking BBC radio, but that's neither here nor there. Okay. So we have some charts from Agrippa, just showing you a guy and all of his different sizes and shapes that he is, very interesting. each of the sections. Here we have a quote. You have a quote, and you can tell how annoyed I am by this quote. I haven't even started the book because the first annotation of this book is just me going, very deep. Handwriting reveal, Mothmom handwriting reveal, very deep. All other creatures look down towards the earth, but man is given a face so that he may turn his eyes toward the sun or toward the stars and gaze upon the sky. Okay. Other creatures have faces, but that's okay. That's okay. I get it. I am picking up what you're putting down. And this is not from any book. This is from Ovid. Okay, whatever. We're chilling. It's metaphorical. Okay, it's a moment. It's fine. Here's the table of contents. So there's a couple different sections. So we're looking at the foreword today. Then there's the theory, so like the foundation. Then there's practice. And there's some rituals, and then there's a bunch of appendices in the back. The appendices are actually kind of interesting. The outline to this book is actually abysmal. Let me have a look at this. The appendices start at 249, so a little further back than this. So we have in the appendices stuff like this, right? So we have like correspondences. So I guess I should explain correspondences. A correspondence it's usually a chart. Let me see if I can find specifically a correspondence table. It should be back here. Yeah, so a correspondence it's just a translation table where they tell you if you see this, then it means that. So like this is the hieroglyphic alphabet. Obviously, this is a Greek alphabet. This is like not the best example, but he does have a bunch of them. Where he shows you like, if you see this in a dream, it means that you're in this place, that kind of stuff. And then he has, look at this. Now, there are no references in the foreword, but there are references in this book. Holy shit. They're terrible. They're awful. Parapsychology and human nature. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Listen, y'all. He cites some articles, like some scientific articles, peer-reviewed. You can't see my air quotes, okay? But you just have to believe. He says some peer-reviewed articles in here, and they're absolute dog shit. But at least there are references. Look at this. He cites a source. Thank God. Okay, thankful for that. But yeah, so there's a bunch of correspondence tables that show you if you see this, then then it means that. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's a bunch of explanations of stuff like that in the back, which actually, if you're trying to learn, if you're just starting out, it's actually kind of handy. Yeah. Hi, Afro. How you doing? I missed you. Hi, I miss you too.
Having context is so valuable.
It's like so much better because at least I know where he got his shit. But don't worry, you guys. Colin doesn't give anything. He serves us nothing. Go on, girl. Go on, bitch. Give us nothing. Okay, it's fine. I'm not mad. Are we learning alchemy? This is Magic and Occult Primer. We're talking about this occult text that I read. Yes. Oh yeah, see. There's some zodiac tables and stuff on page 103. Intention and the correspondences. Can I actually get there? I would like to show you the correspondences actually, because all the things I've shown you are not examples of what I'm actually thinking of. Page 103. Intention and okay, here we go. Here's a table of intentions, and there should be correspondences. Yes, you can see the sun and the color orange have a correspondence, and the color orange and sunflowers have a correspondence, and sunflowers and the color gold have a correspondence, and they all have correspondence back, right? So like they all have like a similar sort of meaning, right? They have a similar sort of like energy is the idea, right? So like if you're trying to invoke the sun, you could use the smell of saffron, right? And that can like, depending on what types of spells and like spirits and things that you're trying to like work with, then you can, you know what I mean? So there's a bunch of these, and like in a lot of occult texts, there's just so many correspondence tables, just like tables and tables and tables and lists and lists of lists of lists. Oh my God. Agrippa is so difficult to read because it's just There's just huge sections that are just giant lists, and the lists have references to other lists. I have no idea how Agrippa got it all together. I mean, to be fair, he was a scholar, so that's all he did all day, but damn, it was, you know, must have been a trial. Yeah. So, like, you guys can sort of catch the meat. It's not that complicated, I feel like, to understand. It's a little weird, but it makes sense, right? Also, hi, Ron. I appreciate you. How you doing? Good to see you. Ready to make my mom out of various minerals? Thank you. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's alchemy sort of like in the jive. You know what I mean? Hi, Toshi. Hi. Thank you very much for the scrippy. I don't know why it's not giving a freaking notification, but I appreciate you. Thank you for the 12 months. A whole damn year. I make it rain, or is it snow? It's glitter, baby. Glitter in my heart. I appreciate you, Toshi. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you so much for the 12 months. Thank you for sticking with me for all these many year. Singular. You know, when you're old like Toshi and me, a year is nothing. You know what I mean? Flies by. Outside of storms, it's going fine. Bro, it was raining here like crazy. It rained like crazy, stopped, dead. And then Buddy and I were going to go to Starbucks. We step out on the porch, beautiful and sunny. Get into the car, beautiful and sunny. Close the car door, raining. It just rained like 6 fat raindrops on us. We were like, what is going on? And then just stopped. It rained for like 3 minutes. What is going on? Sky was black all day, but no rain. What is up with that? Downpouring, lightning, and tornado warnings. Damn. Well, stay safe, Toshi. I hope your internet, may your internet be strong in these trying times. Okay. So yeah, so that's the shtick. So let's get into it. Oh, look, he has, I didn't even notice this at first. He has a table showing where all the figures are. So you can find all these figures and they're numbered. Incredible. This guy, we'll talk about David Conway, the actual author of the real part of the book later. He apparently was in college when he wrote this, and you can tell because things are organized. Strong internet. Yes. Yes. Here, let me take a sip of water because I'm already having a trial. All right. So we start out each section of the book with one of these guys with a bunch of different symbols. Some of them are like connected, and we have some different lettering here. I'm not exactly sure what every single thing here is meant to mean, but it's just a bunch of stuff that's sort of been grouped together, and they're all labeled, and we have different, I think these are all Greek letters that we see here. Okay. And the first thing that Colin Wilson does, okay, is say that this book is hot shit. And that David Conway is 100% confirmed to be a real magician for real. He's not one of those fake ass magicians, okay? Girl,
what are you doing?
He knocked down the little picture that's on that side table. I don't know. He did it earlier today too. Maybe we should move it somewhere.
I mean, he knocked over a bunch of other shit just to sit here on this table.
Make some space for him so he can sit there if he wants to so bad. So difficult. But he's setting him up. Yeah, he literally thinks that that the fucking sky falls out of this guy's ass. Okay, and as we know, Colin Wilson's not very well organized. So he is going to talk more about what David Conway is up to later. But this is our first indication that he 100%, Colin Wilson, no questions asked, thinks that David Conway is a real magician who does real magic on period. All I got to do is find some bugs and spices and I can do magic. I mean, yeah. To be honest, yeah. Okay. So then he goes, so in the first part of the forward, gay curfews came out, gay, very mature notes, MrsMothmom. Oh, and by the way, you guys, when I'm done reading this whole book and I have made all my notes and annotations, I'm going to put all the notes and annotations on Patreon. I have a Patreon, and I'm going to put the whole text, I'm going to put all the annotations on Patreon. Hello, publisher. I would never distribute your book for free. I would never do that. My annotations are going to go on Patreon.
Just the
annotations. Nothing else. Did I just moan? I have no idea what you're talking about. So I have a Patreon. And if you want to go in there, it's $2. And you get all the meme VODs and get access to secret areas. You get access to secret areas in the Discord server. And it's always very helpful and supportive for me. So if you like me and you want to give me $2 and you don't want to give any money to Jeff Bezos, you can join my Patreon. Optional. Anyway, so so you guys are noticing a couple of things. Purple highlighting is like an opinion from the author. Pink highlight is a truth claim. So like purple is me saying, I think the sky is blue because of the way light refracts through the atmosphere. That's my thought. That's my opinion. Purple. Me saying it is a scientific fact that the sky is blue because of the way the light from the sun refracts to the atmosphere. That's a truth claim. So that'll be in pink. And then instructions for how to do something, recipes, are in blue. All right. Pink text written is just my thoughts when I was reading. And these, you see this little C here with a C prime. This is citation needed. You're going to see this a lot because this is me being like, where is the citation? The more of these you see, the more pissed I am while I'm reading. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. Are we going to get mercho too? I am trying really hard to figure out what I want to do for merch, but I do want to make you guys some merch. I want to make you guys stickers and some other stuff. But I just got to figure out a way to do that's like ethical and high quality and all that shit. I'm working on it. Okay, so Jorman plushies. I know people have been asking for Jorman plushies since I had like 50 followers. And honestly, I've been thinking about it. But I just want to make sure that if you guys get a Jorman plushie, that he's really good. My booba on a mouse pad? Coral. That's lewd. Jorman ass cheeks mouse pad. I want to make it rain on my Jorman plushies. Maybe one day. Hopefully one day soon. Okay, so the first section of the foreword is Colin Wilson essentially... he's not convincing us that magic is real. He is just agreeing with our obviously already deeply held belief that magic is real. Right? Right? We all agree that magic is real and it really works. Okay. So he's talking about Helena Blavatsky. Blavatsky is like an occultist. She's well known. She was very popular. She wrote some books. I haven't like read a bunch of her stuff. I'm not super educated on Blavatsky, but she's a big deal. Okay. So she's like a spiritualist. I think she used to hold seances and she would perform magic for people. And she was very well connected, both in like socialite sort of society and also like in the occultist circles, right? Where's the Jorman plushies? I know. I would like to, oh my God, can you imagine like one of those long cat plushies, like a big long one? Almost like a Daki Makura, but like a big cat plushie, long man. But like Jorman with his like legs sticking out the side. I die. The best. Or even if he was just a tube and his legs were just embroidered on, that would be good too. Deceased. Sorry, you can hear crinkling because I'm eating a cookie. Pardon me. I've been filled with determination. Okay, so he's discussing examples of people performing real magic in real life, okay? That's what he's trying to do here. And he describes a situation where this lady like throws the sound and the sensation of her tapping on the table across the room. Are you with me? So he says, then, quite unconsciously, she raised her hand well above the table, continuing to drum her fingers. The tapping sounds on the table continued. Realizing that Johnson was watching her with interest, she turned toward him and began to tap on the back of his head without rising from her seat. Yeah, so like ventriloquism. So like this is the idea that she's able to affect things far away from her without touching them. Right? Blavatsky is. So like this is like kind of an interesting party trick in and of itself. Like there's something interesting there. And I would like to hear more about Ghosts in Sessions Art. Well, listen, you, Afro, this is like minute 1. Like we literally just started. Okay. But like what he says after this, okay, is, look at this. It was, of course, nothing of the sort. It was perfectly ordinary and observed by hundreds, probably thousands of times by psychic researchers. Citation needed. By who the fuck, ma'am? Okay. It is known as a poltergeist effect. If you Google poltergeist effect, literally no one is talking about it. Which leads me to think that he's just calling it this and that he has no basis for it, which is infuriating. Okay, and then he claims that Blavatsky is particularly good at it and that she taught other people to do it. And that she claimed with no source, because remember, she's an author, like she has books and shit, with no source, claims that she said that raps are the easiest to get. Okay. He tells another story here about another guy who like was banging a drum outside of this building to like protest or whatever, and that he kept doing it. And then when he like left the building, like the drumming continued even though he wasn't there, and people inside the building could hear the drumming. And then when he left the country, they stopped. Citation needed.
Oh yeah, I saw this episode of Doctor Who.
Who are you? The drumming? I didn't even fucking think about that. Like how in all the episodes with the Masters, there's like drumming. Oh, kill me. I'm dead. I can't. And this guy's like an old Englishman too. Oh, that's so frustrating. I'm so annoyed by that. I hate that. If you guys don't know what Buddy's talking about, he's referring to like in the television series Doctor Who, the hero's like main antagonist, his like villain, his Moriarty. There's like a whole thing about him like making a drumming sound to precede him.
It's like a...
I hate it here.
It's like a psychic like worm or something.
Yeah, because they're like Naruto, Sasuke, 5 feet apart because they're not gay rivals. So they're obviously psychically linked, obviously. I can't. Anyway, sorry. You're inside my head. Ghost sensations aren't magic. Poltergeists are trickster spirits, right? This is what I'm saying. Like a poltergeist is supposed to be a ghost. So if you believe in ghosts, that's whatever. Okay. So like we can have a conversation about ghosts, but it's not a thing. Like the poltergeist effect is not a thing that people who are magic are well known for being able to do. Right? Hold up, the spirits got bars, literally. Not Moriarty. It's just like, yeah, they were best friends. They're like both Time Lords. He just has to hunt him down.
You know
Moriarty is Sherlock. I know that Moriarty is Sherlock, but I'm like making a...
No, he's only in 2 Sherlock books.
Moriarty?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's so hot.
In like the 30 plus books, he only shows up in 2.
Yeah, but he's so hot. He's too sexy to exclude. You need him. Yeah, I was like, I'm trying to make like a comparison. I haven't read that much Sherlock, but I did watch that Sherlock TV show with Benedict Cumberbatch. Yeah, yeah. I think I didn't make myself clear because I'm going insane from this book, to be honest. Okay, let's continue. I'm off track. Okay, he uses a slur. We love that. Yeah, he uses a slur and makes a direct reference to self-harm. We love that. We love it. We love it. We love it when the white boys use slurs to describe people. Fantastic. Okay, and then literally after just telling like one or two anecdotes that he was both not there for, he was not present for, okay, that he has no source for. Like he can't tell us who these stories came from, all right? That he's gotten like fifth hand, okay? He's like so far from being a primary source that this might as well be a dream he had. He literally just says, no reasonable room for doubt that poltergeist effects originate in the human subconscious mind. There can be no reasonable room for doubt. None? And then he continues, more often than not, in the minds of disturbed adolescents. And then he just leaves it. He literally leaves it. He cuts it and he comes back to disturbed adolescents way down here at the bottom of the page. And I literally just wrote, what? What? So sad emo kids can do it better. Okay. So the Pied Piper's going around town messing with people. Girl, literally. I need a dick rider like this guy. For real. For real. Oh my God. I'm so pissed off. This conversation pairs perfectly with my whiskey and my bath. I'm in heaven right now. Amazing. You know what's funny, actually? Okay. Because later on in this book, they're going to talk about like dowsing and like treasure finding, and it's all fucking connected, bitch. Okay, we're going to move on. And then this is my favorite fucking shit. He just goes, what energies are involved? Girl, you are writing a book. This is your shit. Don't ask me how it works. I don't fucking know. How do they work? At the moment, no one has even managed to offer a convincing explanation. Girl, it's the 80s. They literally have.
Are you sure you should be writing a book about this?
Oh my God. Bro, this is not even his book. This is his like 15-page forward to somebody else's book. This is his book. His book, The Occult, is... But after, okay, without the index, it's 772 pages long. His Colin Wilson's book is. And it's all supposed to be explaining the occult. And the entire fucking thing is like this. I bet it's the acid. I bet it fucking is the acid. Literally. This is the 80s. I thought this shit was the 1800s. Listen, he's citing sources from much earlier than him.
Colin Wilson? Stanley? That's not confusing at all.
Listen, don't even start talking about that book. I'm not going to talk about the book. It makes me too angry. Next meme. Next meme. Next meme. Okay, so now he's going to talk about Crowley. Okay, he has a whole anecdote here. This whole paragraph is an anecdote about Crowley. All right. Crowley, well, no, okay, that's not true. Not the whole paragraph. It's here at the end. He sort of introduces Crowley and he says, Crowley once demonstrated his powers to an acquaintance in New York. He fell into step behind a respectable looking gentleman, imitating his walk exactly. Suddenly, Crowley allowed himself to crumple at the knees, and the man in front of him also fell onto the pavement. He got up, looking puzzled and frightened, wondering what had happened. So, an adult man was walking on the street, and then Crowley started walking behind him, and then Crowley fell down, and the other man fell down. And that's proof that magic is real.
Published.
The one you're looking at right now?
Yeah.
It should say in the first couple pages. Colin Wilson is no longer with us, though, so it was a little while ago. I wonder if it was acid or shrooms. Probably acid, because, you know, you store the acid in the balls, and then every once in a while you crack your back the wrong way, and you get a little hit.
He died in 2013.
He did. He did.
And this was originally published in 1979 with a foreword in 2015.
Well, you can really tell that it was written in the 70s because that book is also full of slurs.
Text copyrights 2003, 2006, and 2015, so it's been updated several times.
I don't want to say that Colin Wilson is like, I'm not here to claim that Colin Wilson is a racist person and that he hates people. I genuinely don't think that. But I do think the language that he uses is very much, at the very most generous, is very much of its time, so to speak.
Yeah, it's...
And to be clear, none of the slurs I've seen him use are the big one. So just like some light slurs.
Baby.
Listen, that's not why we're here. We're not here because we think that Colin Wilson is a bad person. We're here because we think that Colin Wilson is an idiot. Okay? He poked his knee pits. Literally, for real. Like, there are so many things that Crowley could have done, even if this story is real. Which, why would I believe you? Why would I believe this story? I've never seen it before in my life. But even if I assume it's true, there's 150 things that Crowley could have done to make that man fall over. And also, Afro, you make a great point, because is this the magic? Is this it? So you're telling me magic is real? We can do real magic, and this is it? I can knock a guy over.
Well,
bro, witches on TikTok are doing better magic than this, and it's mostly just like making their bath more relaxing. For the love of God. If I want to knock a guy over, I'll just fucking knock him over. I don't need subconscious magic powers to do that. Oh my God. Hi, Boundary. How are you? I'm having a great night. Hi, Coco. Hi. How are you doing? We're talking shit. Oh, does it say primitive tribes? Oh my God, it does. And I have it highlighted and I have a source. Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? We're going to get there, okay? Don't even get me started, because if you think this is bad, that's the whole first section of this occult. I hate Colin Wilson so much. I'm so annoyed by him. We're going to talk about that in a minute. I need a minute, because we have this to deal with before we can get here, okay? Bitch, we're literally... At least it's a long range. There's no suggestion that it was a long range knocking over. As far as we know, Crowley was 2 feet from this motherfucker in New York, collapsed into a heap, and the guy went, huh, and fell over. And they were like, it's magic. Like, I want to believe. Listen to me. I want to believe so bad. I want it to be real, baby. Make it real for me, baby. I want it to be true. But this is not slaying. Girl, you are giving me nothing to work with. Okay. So then he just says magic powers originate in the subconscious mind and just leaves it there. He just leaves this statement hanging. Nothing. Okay. And after that, immediately goes into disturbed adolescents can cause poltergeist effects because their unconscious minds are far more highly charged than the average person's by tensions due to physical changes.
yeah.
So, like, when your girl is going full, I'm literally autistic and a minor, she's knocking vases over and shit. Like, the house is shaking. What the fuck are you trying? So are you trying to tell me, are you in the middle of your forward trying to suggest to me that if I have a teenager in my house and they're really pissed off that my dishes are going to start breaking.
Oh boy.
What is the purpose of this statement? What have you proved with this? What is oh my God. Bruh. Bruh. And then, in addition, for some odd reason, menstruating women can sometimes produce the same effects.
Yeah, that's legit.
Oh, what? Oh, we'll just throw it in there. Just mentioning it. And then this fact that bitches on their period can throw shit with their minds is a fact that's well recognized by most primitive tribes. Citation needed.
Name one.
Name a single, quote, primitive tribe.
Name a primitive tribe, let alone one that says that.
Oh my God, that's the slay of the century. Name a primitive tribe. Name a single one. Kill me, I'm fucking deceased. It's very, what do you do successfully? Quickly. It's very that. Name, yeah, Colin, I know you're literally dead, but can you name a single fucking primitive tribe on Earth? Name one. Kill me. Shot through the heart. Well, like, got trauma? You're a wizard, Harry.
Well, the Druids built Stonehenge.
Don't even fucking get me started on this. I don't even want to fucking talk about Stonehenge. They're going to come up. Don't worry, okay? Don't worry. Magic Irish people are coming, okay? Oh, hey, chat, are you ginger? Get ready to be fucking magic because that's next, okay? Oh my God. Welsh? It's got to be magic. Trust me, bro. Tribes. Nice to know women got special powers. I want to know.
Well recognized.
Having my period is terrible. So if I can do one magic thing, Ron, I know I'm magic for real. Where do we come on? We're having trouble with our woman magic powers. I lost my user's guide. Yeah, literally. Oh, you know what? If this boy had a podcast, I'm sure we would hear all about how the fuck. If you guys were here when I did, sorry, just leaning way out of frame. If you guys were here for when I reviewed that like Bubble House, and then the end the guy was like, yeah, it's based on this philosophy book, and like the sphere is the shape of the womb. His podcast he'd have a whole episode about just uterus shit. And like that boy never seen a pussy his life long. Okay. His face has not been within 6 feet of pussy. Okay. And he's going to be like, oh yeah, the pussy does magic every morning, baby. I've seen it. Have you? Have you? Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but literally no uterus is spherical. Kill me. I can't. Okay, we're not y'all.
I covered it in bubbles to remind me of the womb. The womb is like a bubble, you see. It's a well-recognized fact.
This is literally 1 millimeter away from the uterus is just a fancy jar. I can make a kid without a lady, bro. I swear to God. Give me 3 quarts of cum and like a year, and I'll have babies definitely. Kill me.
Yes, this is my 17th homunculus.
Wait, and somebody mentioned Crowley earlier. I didn't read it. Who was it? Oh, it was Oni Dot. Hi, Oni Dot. Crowley was off on that goop. Crowley would have bought 38 of the Gwen Stefani. This Gwen Stefani. I'm sorry, Gwen.
7 different fluids to make this homunculus.
You would have so many of those freaking. Oh my God! You want to clip that? Oh my God! Of the freaking Gwyneth Paltrow freaking vagina candles. He'd have 20 of them. Oh, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I love her like vampire repelling stickers." Give this man a VR helmet. He would piss. He would. He would find a way to make it magic. Fucking Powerpuff Girl shit.
pussy with it.
Stop. Okay, we have to stop being so vulgar. This is going to be a YouTube video. Okay, so primitive tribes know it. They know that the period is magic and you're just doing it wrong. And Colin Wilson has talked to all of them. Great. He talks about how Crowley kept his subconscious supercharged by practicing strange magical rituals. Wow, Afro, this is great. You mention it. It is sex. He has a lot of sex and that charges his subconscious. Wow, Crowley, you're so cool. How did you get so magic? Oh, I get bitches and I get money. Great, good to know. I'll try that next time. I'll try that. Okay, let me just write this down inside my magic book of Fit Shadows. How to do magic, get bitches, get money. Great advice. Thank you. I love that. Fantastic. Easy. I need the internet to remember that you can make babies with a jar of cum and time. That's all you need, babe. You just have to make, I haven't quite got it to work because I just haven't found the perfect jar temperature yet. But once I figure that out, easy. No ladies involved.
How much Mountain Dew to put in there?
Imagine what a pious and very like utopious sort of society we'd have if every bitch was gone and it was only me, my boys, and all of our glizzies.
Ew.
We all live in one giant man cave and we make additional boys with cum jars. Y'all, this is real magic shit that boys were trying to do in the medieval ages.
They're still trying to do it.
No. They no longer want to make babies because now we have too many babies. Now they're all trying to not make babies by keeping their cum in the most sacred jar of all, their balls. That's how you get magic in 2023, is you just store all of your cum for as long as you can. And if you can do it and never think about tits, then you get magic powers. Don't you know, buddy? Haven't you been paying attention? That's what Cucker Tarlson was talking to Andrew Tate about, was about how much magic they have stored in their balls. Okay? From all the porn they don't look at. Now I'm just okay, I need to stop. I'm centering myself. I'm focused.
You're amazing.
I'm just in time. Fuck. Jupe never shows up because she's a responsible adult who goes to bed at a normal time. But when she shows up, I am looking at a penis candle on Etsy. How is that possible? Woosa. I'm so calm. I have a gift. What is that? For a gift? For whom, Steve? Jupe heard come and came running, literally. I'm never getting into magic. Don't worry. The actual author of this book is way less annoying than Colin is. Oh my gosh. He's annoying, but he's way less annoying. I have a gift to show up at the most awkward time. Oh, you have like a talent. Of course. It's Commander Jupe. Do you happen to be a disturbed adolescent, maybe? And also perhaps menstruating, because then you get double the poltergeist powers. Did you know? Yeah. If you have childhood trauma, okay, and you bleed from your vagina, I have great news. I'm so powerful, literally. That shit stacks. It must. No wonder Crowley is so powerful. He's having the biggest man period of all. Okay, we are back. I'm so focused. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm having some water. And I'm calm. Okay. So then, after all of this nonsense, okay, then he starts talking about science. Okay. He starts talking about science. And you know it's real because he says the name of a real human scientist. Great. Calm won't last long. No, it's great. I'm so chill. That's why I put a note here that just says, for fuck's sake. Like no, and there are 2 wolves inside of you. So this is where he starts talking about like left brain, right brain shit. And like, I could read quotes out to you, but you guys already know what it is. Okay. He makes a bunch of claims about how your left brain doesn't know what your right brain is doing. And that like, that's proof of his earlier statement that magic powers originate from your subconscious mind. Okay, because Colin Wilson doesn't know how his brain works, and he doesn't know how yours works, which must mean that it's magic. Of course, clearly. They did. Split brain research was a real thing, and they did a bunch of tests. They removed hemispheres of people's brains. They were able to get like a phantom limb thing where like one arm was doing things that the person didn't know about. There's a bunch of tests. But the thing is, the split brain hypothesis is not representative of how your brain actually works. Okay, so there's a bunch of studies on this, and there's a bunch of information that you can look up if you want. And I have some of it on the Milanote. Let me go back to the Milanote. Okay, so I collected some of it here for y'all. So if you want, we can get into it. Okay, but here, you know that I was really feeling it because I called this section left right brain nonsense. Okay, so here's the quote. It all sounds incredible, but the past 2 or 3 years it's emerged, because this is an older book, so he's talking from the past. Okay, so we have to give it, listen, and I'm not a total piece of shit, okay? I get it. Some of this stuff is these dudes talking to us from the past, and so some of it is stuff that they just literally didn't know, okay? So while this book was being written, this left brain, right brain stuff was being tested, but it was still well known to not really be just like straight up factual, okay? And you can see here that, like, this is a quote I took. I have a clip here, right? Left brain, right brain dominance, because the going theory for a while and like the pop science, pop psychology idea is that you have like a dominant half of your brain and it dictates how you think and all this kind of stuff. But really, that's just not how it is, right? It has a little bit more to do with like, what is it called? Oh, I think I have a quote here that includes it. Okay, yeah, and then there's some stuff about Freud a little bit later on. But yeah, mostly your brain is well connected. There's certain processes that are happening in one side, certain processes are handled by other glands. Yeah, you can take a bunch of a person's brain out and have them still be a functioning person. But it's not as simple as just having like a literal wall between the two halves of their brain. Do you know what I mean? And it certainly is not evidence of magic. And we have extensive testing that proves that this is just like not how it is. You know what I mean? A big bald magic full of, a big bald magician full of motherfuckers walk up behind me, takes control of my right side of my brain and makes me murder. I was in my left brain, so I'm innocent, right? Pock. Yeah, literally. Like, that's not how it is. Who signed to get half their brain chopped up? Wow, Lostwo, that's an interesting question. The answer is that a lot of science was done on people that didn't want to volunteer for that shit. And there are still problems in the year of our Lord 2022 with giving consent for medical science to be done. Like, for example, there's a whole push to do things with human tissue, but you got to have consent. So that's why we have ethics boards now. Yay! Hooray, ethics. It's much better, but it's not fixed. Yeah, so there were a lot of medical institutions that did a bunch of research with people who didn't sign any paperwork, that's for sure. Obviously, magic is stored in the left side of the brain and the right side ball, literally. Literally. So yeah, so you can look into it more if you're interested, but suffice it to say that the left brain, right brain thing is not accurate. It's more complicated than that. And even this guy that he's quoting, this Sperry guy, this is not necessarily the theory that he continues to believe in until the end of his career, okay? And that's why I have here like a note that just says 2 wolves, because he goes full hog, okay? He's just like, oh yeah, the left is a scientist and the right is an artist and they have no idea what they're talking about. You know what I mean? And like he goes on this anecdote about how if you put a piece of paper between, you know, on the middle of somebody's nose and they're looking at one thing with their left eye, their right eye won't know what it is, and blah, 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 blah. And here we go. The left is genuinely ignorant of what the right is up to. Citation needed. You can't just say that. Oh, it is so Reddit. It smells of Reddit in like the nastiest way. I hate it. Drive me crazy. Okay. And then here we go. Another great note for me. You guessed wrong. So he just says this. Again, he has no sources. And as far as I'm aware, you can correct me, chat, if you know that I'm incorrect here, but as far as I'm aware, Freud never made this claim. Okay? But the guy just says, the inference would seem to be that the left of our brain is what Freud called the ego. And the right is presumably called the id, or the unconscious. How did we come to this conclusion? That's a very bold statement for you to make, dog, and you have absolutely no backup for it. And you barely have proven the stuff that you've already claimed. And he just starts rolling with this. And this is how the whole forward is. And this is what it's like, again, in his book, is he just says a thing and then he just builds on it. Just builds on it and builds on and builds on it. As though there's no additional context required. The other mysterious lower region, or the reptile brain. Now we're getting into some pineal gland shit, and I don't even want to start talking about this because we're going to talk about fluoride in the water and we're going to have a nightmare of a time. But yeah, like he just says, oh yeah, and you have a lizard brain and it's at the bottom. Okay, like and it's very frustrating. Okay, because he makes a bunch of claims here in the middle of this about how the different parts of your brain connect to magical experience in different ways, and you can do different things with different parts of your brain depending on which ones are activated. And then he just says, okay, I'll read this whole little section here. Right? So it starts here. We know almost nothing about the brain. Meanwhile, the experts like Sperry, oh my God, I'm frozen. Here, let me fix it before I continue. Very professional mom. Professional moms. Professional screamer is what I should say. Just come here to yell. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're here at, where was it? Oh, we know. Okay. We know almost nothing about the brain. Meanwhile, the experts like Sperry, Robert Ornstein, or Sir John Eccles are not too happy when amateurs like me begin to evolve curious theories, pointing out that some new discovery tomorrow can change everything. So literally he's saying, scientists hate it when I speculate because I'm often fucking wrong. And then he just goes, I take their point, but forgive me, I decline to stop speculating. Why? You really said with your whole chest, I'm ignorant and I love that about myself. I don't know shit and I have no intention of educating myself. Like, this is like a thread that you see with a lot of these occultists and like spiritual type people and like, you know, the alien truthers, like the flat earth people. They don't like that scientists and doctors and air quotes experts are uncertain. They don't like when an archaeologist says, I think the capstone of the pyramid was like this, or I think that these chambers in the pyramid were for that, right? Because what they want is certainty. They want to be able to just guess and feel validated in their guess. And I understand that instinct, right? Because when you think you've made a clever connection and you feel like you're being smart, it kind of sucks to have somebody say, no, like these connections you made make no sense, right? And like if you're sick and the doctor says, oh, I don't know 100% what's going on with you, that sucks because you want to feel certain that something real is happening, right? But that doesn't mean that you just get to guess and assume that you're right and move forward with that. If you have a deeply held spiritual belief, that's different. That's in a completely different category. We all understand that your deeply held spiritual beliefs are not meant to be like logical and rational and provable and testable, okay? But this is not a deeply held spiritual belief. You are just saying that the left part of your brain and the right part of your brain do specific, like testable stuff. And you're just backing it up with nothing. Yeah, so you'll see how annoyed I was, again, because the note just says, I don't forgive you. Oh, man. Your id is not a card in your wallet. It's actually in the brain. The thing that Freud was claiming about your id and your ego is also not 100% accurate. And we have a lot of evidence to show that, like, while we can see like where Freud was kind of coming from, a lot of what he said was sort of misguided. And that's, we're not going to get into that like in a debate kind of way, but like, regardless, yeah, like your brain and your consciousness cannot just be like mapped on, like, you can't just pin it on a physical map of your brain and be like, oh yeah, the me part of me is right here. It's very clear that that's not how it works. Scientists agree. This man heard from a friend of a friend and can only half remember what they said. Literally, it feels like that boundary. That's what's so frustrating. It literally feels like he just got a bunch of like vague memories of shit people said, and he's just writing it down as though it's fact. Came here to get very triggered by dumb houses and magic stuff. It's true. Starting to sound like phrenology. It literally kind of is. Can't you respect my opinion? Obviously, he's just built different. I guess. I guess. How many channel points for a sub? What do you mean? What does that mean? How many channel points for a sub? Like a submarine sandwich? Listen, don't tempt me because I would love a sandwich. I've received a little sweater. Yeah. 23. Not that good. Okay. So he continues. He talks a little bit about like clairvoyance. He really wants to get into like telepathy. He really wants to get into like, how many channel points can I redeem for a mom sub? I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I don't think, if you are asking, I don't think this is what you're asking, but if you're asking if you can give channel points to be subscribed to my Twitch channel, I don't think that's a thing that Twitch lets you do. So I don't think that's possible.
Channel points to unlock emotes.
There are, yeah, and I think I do have it.
It'll be up near the top.
Is it up near the top? I don't think so. Cowboy hat, self-care, party hat, sound alert. I thought I did have it. If I don't have it, I'll set it up in the break because I have it set up, I think. But yeah. Can you use them to bully? Why? Why would you bully me? I'm already in enough pain. There's like some hypnotism nonsense. Honestly, your girl's tired. I don't even care. I like this new knowledge on the functions of the left and right hemisphere of the brain suggests that when a person is hypnotized, it is only the left side of the brain that is put to sleep and the right remains active as ever. And then, of course, we get a classic line. This, at any rate, is my own conviction. Great. I love that. I love it when you just say a thing. I love it when you just say a thing and you just leave me with it as though it's real and true. Okay, great. Fantastic. Fantastic. Hi, Mara. How you doing? Mara. Hello. Yeah, this is an occult text that we're looking at together. So then he thinks, he makes a statement here that I really do not like. He just says that it would be fun to see what kind of magic people who have had their brain split in half can do. I would love to just put my fingers in these already very dubiously ethical experiments, is what Colin Wilson has to say. Colin, homie, it's a really bad look. Afro, there's a lot of bad smells in that regard in this area, but as far as I can tell, this is going to sound so gross. I'm just going to say it, but I want you guys to know that I know how fucked up it sounds, okay? And I'm sorry. A lot of the occultists are, they're very into Jewish mysticism. So they have like a weird affection for Jewish folks. And a lot of times, like, really far right and conservative people hate the occultists. That don't sound weird. That's real shit. Yeah. It's gross, though. I don't like it. I'd rather my brain intact. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to do this, but good try. This man would huff his own farts if it was magical. I think he huffed his own farts even though it wasn't magical. Oh, good. Here's another great claim that he makes, a classic move. Any good book on psychical Any good book on psychical research will tell you that poltergeist effects are not the only strange power that the command of oh my God. Okay, I'm going to start over and we're going to try to be calm. Any good book on psychical research will tell you that poltergeist effects are not the only strange powers at the command of certain human beings. There are, for example, many well-authenticated examples of genuine glimpses of the future. Many authenticated. Yes. Can you cite a single one? Any of them? This taxes our credulity far more than the poltergeist phenomena because it seems to contradict the common sense recognition that the future has not yet happened. You know, like, I do feel like there is a combination of presently known facts that can give me a good idea, at least at the probability of certain things happening later. So, like, I do feel like there is a way to kind of get some information about what might happen in the future. For example, weathermen are real. So, like, I kind of feel like this genuine glimpse of the future thing, it's just like he just is presenting it in such a strange way for me personally. Like, ancient Greeks would call present day meteorologists oracles. And not because they don't understand what the meteorologists are doing, but because for those people at that time, taking present day facts and using them to determine what might happen later was just like divination. And that was like normal. I don't know. He really wants, like, I think that this gives us a glimpse of like, Colin Wilson is desperate to be special. This is even more evident, in my opinion, in his book, The Occult. He really wants to be part of a small subsect of people who have special powers, and that he's, or at the very least, a small subsection of people who have like opened their brain pussy so that they can access their magic powers. And so like, he just can't let go of the possibility that there's like some combination of things that he's doing, or some combination of things that he is, that makes him this special person. And so like this whole section, the brain pussy, I mean, like, yeah, like he's opening his like chakras or whatever, and he's getting access to it, right? He talks a little bit about astral projection. He mentions Africa. I hate that Africa mention, so I just don't even want to get into it. It's here. It's not that bad, but I'm annoyed. And then he just claims again that the evidence for telepathy is impressive and gives no source. He just jumps right to it. He's like, yeah, people can read minds. They just can. The brainussy, for real. He says, oh yeah, homies can tell the future. They can astral project, and you can read minds. It just is a thing that people can do. Great. Love that. Fantastic. What a claim. No source, nothing. Nothing. We get another mention of Gandalf. He's come up for the second time in this forward. Okay. I'm just going to read this whole paragraph and you guys can just experience it with me. Okay. Now, all this is, I would argue, a form of what our ancestors called magic. I think there is tea in there, is there? Okay, but he's just taking things from me. Homeboy, is this not what you would call magic? Because you've been calling it magic this whole time. Okay, you started this forward up by saying the guy who wrote the book is a genuine magician. Okay, we do not think of such things as magic. We do not think of such things as magic. Because the word conjures up Merlin and Dr. Faust and Gandalf. This is a mistake. And it explains the understandable and universal skepticism of magic. If, in fact, we can accept that paranormal phenomena are somehow produced by the other self inside the brain, then we have acknowledged that every one of us contains a magician. Oh, good. I just simply have to agree that I am two wolves and they both live inside of me, and I have no idea what one of them is doing, and the one that I can't see is magic. That's all I need to do to believe the magic is just real. Okay. It's opened my third eye. I'm now God. Girl. I can confirm astral projections are real simply because I saw myself in real time on the train when I was like 6. That's such a deep experience. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing this moment with us. Yeah. He's talking about Gandalf, the book character. He's saying that you are keeping your expectations of magic too high. Your standards are too high. You're not going to get Gandalf shit. Even though in the Lord of the Rings, Gandalf like doesn't actually do that much witchy woo woo like magic. Like the best shit he does is like a cool firework. Why are my alerts not working? That's weird. Thank you very much. Perfectly balanced identity for the follow. I appreciate you very much. You should get a tarot card, but it's not working. I'm going to refresh my alerts. And maybe that will help. I don't know, though. I hope it will. Thank you. I can pull a card for you in a bit if you would like. Magic is fucking lame. Well, that's what he's saying. He's like, no, you're not going to get sparks. You're not going to get sparkles. You're not going to get fancy fireworks. You're not going to be able to teleport. You're not going to be able to shapeshift. No. Magic is way more boring. And also, it happens in a part of your brain that you can't notice. Okay. What is the magic then? Isn't the only thing he does is slam his staff down fighting one thing at the bridge? Yeah, the bridge like crumbles. I don't know. I like the way magic is presented in the Lord of the Rings because I think it's like kind of interesting and a little bit more subtle. But like he's saying like your expectations are too high. Like you're not going to get Merlin shit. Okay. What am I going to get, dog? Mind reading, I guess. Cool. Pog. It sounds neat. I can't summon a bunch of birds from whispering into a butterfly, especially not huge ones. Definitely not. Magic is just feeling in your balls, apparently. And then he goes, oh my God, I fucking hate this actually. At which point I have to acknowledge this is not all there is to it. Anyone who has been more than half convinced by my arguments so far, arguments, very strong for you to call them arguments, okay? Because arguments require you to commit to an opinion and you clearly have not done that. So far, may find the second part harder to swallow. I do myself. For I have to admit that I am by no means convinced by it. So he's saying, oh, if you thought all this shit was crazy, if you thought all this shit was crazy, girl, do I have something for you? Because shit is about to get wild. I don't even believe it. First of all, if you don't believe it, why is it in the stupid book? Okay, this is you. This is all you, babe. But second of all, girl, you are convinced by everything. Everything. I just wrote, me, magic, it's more likely than you think. What the fuck? Some people do that to release their magic, to torture the balls. Apparently, well, I'm sure there are a couple boys out there who really think that's the way to do it. Okay, so now we are gonna get into a section about astrology. All right, he's gonna talk to us about astrology. But I think before we get into astrology, I have lost myself in this nonsense, and this has been actually 2 hours. So we'll continue. If you guys are having a good time, we will continue with the section about astrology after a very short break. We'll take a short break, and then we'll get to the astrology portion of the broadcast, because rest well assured that there are plenty more missing citations in this back half of the foreword of the book. Oh boy, it's very exciting. He makes a lot of claims and he cites nothing. He cites nothing, bitch. I'm in pain. Okay, let's go on a short break. All right, you guys, I punched the mic. Thank you very much for hanging out. I will be back in like 2 minutes. I'm just gonna stand up and shake my ass and have like a big long sip of hot tea. All right, so you should do the same. And if you're Badger, you might be getting kind of pruny, so it might be time to dry yourself off. Okay, I'll see you guys in a minute. Hello, everyone. I've returned. How's everyone doing? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm eating a cookie. I filled my water. Buddy made me some peppermint tea. We're so chill. We're not mad. We're not screaming. We're not crying. It's not the end of the world. It's going to be okay. You know what I mean? It's going to be okay. I'm okay. I'm so fine. I did not read half a paragraph ahead and get really pissed off. Definitely not. You know? I'm fine with it. I'm chill. Okay, you guys ready for the section on astrology? What makes this book so much worse is that the writer would absolutely look at you and just be like, see, bitch, I'm not wrong. I was talking to Buddy just literally just now. The guy who wrote the foreword that we're reading right now is so much worse than the actual author. The actual author is annoying in sections for other reasons, but at least he like is kind of likable. The other guy, this David guy, he makes claims and stuff, but he makes them as though he like did any research. And not like, I forget who said it earlier, but somebody was like, oh, it sounds like this motherfucker just like is half remembering shit that people told him. Right? It's like this guy is just like half remembering shit people told him like 6 months ago. And he's like not looked it up again. And he's just writing it down as though it's real and true. Like, you can't just do that. It doesn't work like that. You don't get to just decide that shit is accurate and just run with it. And you're absolutely right, Boundary. Like, I feel like this cat would just be like, he wouldn't be like, seethe bitch. He'd be like, so sad to see a closed mind. Yeah, he'd be like, oh, we hate to see it. We hate to see a bitch who doesn't know how to loosen up. Your skepticism is blinding you to the truth. So sad. He would say that to me, and then I would punch him in the face so hard that he would get cooked like that chicken that got slapped at the speed of light and became a rotisserie. Do you remember that? They made like a YouTube video of like, how hard do you need to slap a chicken to cook it? I would cook his face. That's how hard I would slap him. He'd get a 3rd-degree burn. He'd be like, bless your heart, and I would backhand him into the sun, literally. Rest in peace, Colin. Rest in peace. He had a very successful career, and I hope he was healthy. That's I don't want him to be. Very
successful career, vague posting the occult.
He did, but he also wrote true crime. Which, to be honest, if you write mystery books where you have to come up with all the facts, I'm sure that this talent of being able to just say a thing as though it's true comes in very handy. Oh my God, this reminds me of all the like TikTok girlies who are completely insane, who do like true crimes content, and they're just like absolutely crazy. Please don't badger. You're so kind and you're so nice. Even if we disagreed, I cannot imagine that we could possibly disagree so bad that I would backhand you at all, let alone into the sun. Literally roasted, correct. All right, let's get into astrology. Okay, so there's a whole section here about astrology. Okay, he explains it. He says, few people can resist superstitiously reading their horoscope in the daily newspaper, even if they insist quite truthfully that they regard the whole thing as a joke.
I can.
So he's starting out. We're skeptical, ladies. We're skeptical. Of course. I agree with the skeptics. Of course, astrology is a joke. Unless. Literally takes him 2 sentences to get to unless. Oh my God, I hate that. Very annoying. Of course, it's preposterous to suppose that the position of the stars and the planets could exert the slightest influence on the life of human beings. ...
Preposterous.
Having said which, I have to shamefully admit that in many cases, it really seems to work. So which is it, motherfucker? Do you think it's fake or do you think it's real? Because for a bitch who thinks that astrology is a joke, you seem very convinced. Okay? He would really love Ancient Aliens. I bet he would. He would watch the shit out of Ancient Aliens. God, I need a sip of tea. I'm so calm. I'm so calm. So he goes on to sort of discuss some vague, some interesting coincidences, little coincidences that he notices in astrology. Okay. All right. And then he says it was investigated by 2 French statisticians. That's interesting. No citation. Okay, that's fucking fine. I can find out who these 2 bitches are. All right. So I did. I Googled it. Okay. The 2 French statisticians are the Guaquelins? I'm so sorry. I'm never sure how serious to take astrology, but I figure if the laws of physics are active everywhere, every time, their effects are based on context or other principles may apply to celestial bodies and the mundane realities of human lives. Beyond that, its interpretation in astrology, I'm never quite sure about. So, Okay. Just a little aside. The idea that the stars can like affect us is a very old idea. And well, okay, but like let's be generous a little bit. So there's this old alchemical theory, I think. It's it was from an Arabic scholar, from an Islamic scholar, but I don't remember his name. There is a Esoterica YouTube video about it. Esoterica, very good YouTube channel. Really like the boy who runs it. He's an actual like PhD, and he runs out of the University of Amsterdam that has a whole esoteric research section, mostly studying like what magic was done in the ancient world and like why and how and like what were the beliefs and like sort of that kind of thing. It's very interesting work that they do there. And the guy at Esoterica does a good job of laying out like what the theories were without trying to like conflate it with things that are 100% true. And he puts it into a lot of cultural context. But there's these ideas about how like the starlight hitting the earth would affect how different things work, right? And different combinations of stars would affect things in different ways. And so we sort of end up morphing and getting kind of dumbed down and boiled down to this idea of horoscopes. And of course, there's other cultural ideas there, right? Like the idea that you could be born under certain stars or under certain conditions, under certain earthly conditions, and that would like affect how you would turn out later. As I'm sure you guys can imagine, there's like long traditions in many different cultures of like trying to figure out what your baby is going to be like when they're born, and like how that's going to affect their life. And there's a lot of like divination that's done in places like Japan that have to do with like blood types and like different proportions of your body, like how your fingers are shaped and all this kind of stuff, right? But ultimately, it all comes down to just like a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. Your horoscope, if you believe that celestial bodies have a connection to the sort of spiritual world, and if you believe that that spirituality is like something that you're part of, then it makes sense to kind of think about the stars in that way. But in like a physics kind of way, there's no mechanism by which like the conditions under which you were born can affect you as you grow up outside of the things that are like physically part of your life, right? So mostly the question is, can horoscopes affect you? Yes, if you believe in horoscopes. And for like me as a secular person, the interesting thing about esotericism and like spiritual belief and all this kind of stuff is not like the physical effects, right, that they have in our life, but more so on like how these types of things affect our decision making and end up changing the way the world works because of it, right? Like human beings are not capable of imagining things on such gigantic scale as sometimes they're called to in the modern world, right? And so there's a lot of different things that we rely on to help us make decisions. And a lot of them are like cultural, and a lot of them are based on things that we don't even necessarily have like a direct like person to person connection to. And so like the question of like whether or not magic can change the world, it really relies on how many people buy into the thoughts, right? Like, is it real in the way that like if you do a spell, something's definitely guaranteed to happen? Not necessarily, but like if it changes the way you act, it does have an effect. Does that make sense? But that's not the same as saying that there's destiny tied to when you were born, like the time, right? I don't consider they affect us. They're as effective as everything else and may serve as another way to observe things that can't be manipulated from Earth. Possibly, that's one way to consider it. I believe I can beat up any celestial. Good luck. Similar to how you hear a legend or something to have and try to stop it, but created by stop. Yeah, kind of. That's true too, right? Like, yeah, I think there's a lot of stories like that too, right? Like where you have like a whole society is trying to prevent something and they end up making it happen. I think that's maybe a little bit more simplified, but you know, like a lot of people believed I'm thinking about treasure hunting, but like, yeah, like in the 1800s, in early America, a lot of people believed that there was buried treasure. The buried treasure wasn't real, right? And there was a bunch of esoteric practices like dowsing and treasure finding and fortune telling and spiritualism that was all tied to finding this treasure, right? And a lot of people made their decisions based on the idea that the treasure was real and that they could get to it. And even though there wasn't treasure, there were people who got rich because of this like pervasive cultural American idea that there was treasure, right? And things were different because of it. Like eating mummies, exactly like eating the mummies. Oh my God. There is a lot of fortune telling that's about treasure finding. And a lot of it is also stuff like this, like trying to tell what's going to happen to your kid. Follow a guy on Patreon who studies medieval Ibrian, I think that's right, magical practices. And many spells are based on finding treasure. True. A lot of ancient magic is protection magic. A lot of ancient Egyptian, basically the majority of ancient Egyptian magic is protection magic. It's preventative magic. Magic to keep you from stubbing your toe. Magic to keep you from losing your money, from getting stolen from. You know what I mean? Magic to keep you from falling off a roof, right? And it was all connected to these spirits and gods and things that would interact with mundane everyday life. And so they would make spells specifically to connect with those beings and prevent bad things from happening to them, right? And a lot of ancient magic is exactly like that, right? Got to find the one piece, make it all worth it. Exactly. Back then, or before those times, burying stuff was probably popular. I think, you know, like in 2023, there's like this weird idea of crypto. Oh my God, crypto's magic. Crypto's real. It's going to make me rich. There have always been people who were desperately poor. And when you're desperate, you are not necessarily like imagining things with your whole brain. Like you want to believe that there is a big pile of treasure buried in the woods behind your house. And if you just dig long enough, you'll find it. You want that to be true. Like any person would want that to be true, right? And it manifests itself in so many ways, right? I'm going to break open the walls of my house and the old lady who used to live here put a bunch of money in the walls of my house. And I'm going to be rich from that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna stumble on a cobblestone outside my house and prevent a rich man from getting hit by a car, and he's gonna pay me huge money. You know what I mean? Like this idea of manifesting comes up actually later in the text. We're gonna get to manifesting. It's like further down. But like this idea of manifesting is essentially like if I just think about the things I want, I can get it, right? 90% of gamblers stop right before they make it big. There you have it. So all of this like treasure finding and divination, a lot of it is tied to that. And that comes with a certain predatory je ne sais quoi, so to speak. Nearly no options, even bad options seem like options. Exactly. I mean, in Haiti, they make cookies out of mud because sometimes you're so hungry that even eating something that isn't food is better than eating nothing. And that's the motherfucking tea. And, you know, I saw a TikTok recently where there was it was a street food recipe where they would stir fry rocks with like chili oil. And then you'd pick the rocks up with chopsticks and like suck the seasoning off. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I've been that hungry before. That's for real. It applies to everything, even VTubing. It's 100% true that it applies to VTubing. Because social media platforms, I mean, look what Elon's doing. Now he's getting everybody post about how much money they made because they got Twitter Blue. And they're getting revenue off their Twitter ads, right? If I can make a hit tweet, if I give Elon $8 and I make a hit tweet, then I'll get paid. Well, I'm playing video games anyway, so I might as well stream, and maybe somebody will come watch, and maybe I'll be the next Asmongold. I mean, obviously, like, these things are predatory to like different degrees. Like, obviously, I would say, like, for example, streaming, like, you can just quit streaming and like neither tweet like black people. Okay, come to me with your pitchforks. It's true. The rumors are true. I tweeted black people and I got famous. No one was brave enough to do it before me. Anyway, so astrology. Okay. So these two cats that he's talking about, hold on, let me bring us back to the point because I went on a whole tangent. So he's talking about these statisticians. 90% of streamers stop streaming before they become Fortnite Ninja. It's that mobile game ad where he's like digging with a pickaxe and then he stops and he's like crying, but like you see the side view and he's like just one more dig away from the diamond. To do it for fun with a minor extra could maybe pay off. I think it's worse. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. You're 100% right, Yukari. I don't mean to conflate like literally stealing with Twitch being like, you can stream if you want. They're definitely not the same. Hello there, Booty Shaker 9000. Welcome to the chat. We're complaining about magic. So these statistician guys that he's talking about, okay, they're real dudes. And hey, oh, look, my alerts are back. Thank you very much for the follow. You pulled Judgment. Judgment reminds you that sometimes people are going to tell you how it is, but they don't always know how it is. So you don't always have to listen to them. Thank you again for the follow. How am I doing? Oh, you know, I'm so relaxed. So these two statistician dudes, they run a study, okay? They run a real actual study. And the study kind of seems to like, it suggests that horoscopes have some effect. So essentially, they poll a bunch of guys and ask them a bunch of questions, and then they also ask them for their astrological sign, and it seems like there's a correlation, more correlation than like none, right? So this whole section is from the Wikipedia page from here. And I'll read a little bit of it. I won't read the whole thing, but I will also I'll link patrons to my Milanote board where I'm putting all of my like notes and shit about this book. I'm late, but I'm here. You're never late, Amy. You're always exactly on time. It's great to see you. Can you please not cough? I'm recording a YouTube video. Thank you. Clarification, chat. It's a joke. Buddy is allowed to cough once per hour. If he really has to. Okay, so yeah. So these two statistician guys, they do the study, but essentially people look at the study and they're like, listen, it's too simplified. There aren't enough people in the study. The questions you're asking are too vague, and the like horoscopes are also already really vague. So it's not working, right? And there's a lot of false positives. Eventually, the guys, if I remember correctly from my reading, they kind of agree. They're like, okay, yeah, I don't know if it's legit. I don't know if it's 100% really real. You know what I mean? And that's basically where we're at with that. This mentioned statistics reminds me of how the OkCupid blog, they used to mention how they use astrological signs as a neutral statistical control variable. Yeah, because it's just like nothing. Also, hi, Rainy. Oh my God. Was it Temperance? Did anybody see? Oh, fuck. I looked right at it. I didn't know I wasn't following. You're so good. You are so good. You're so beautiful. You're doing amazing. Yes, Rainy is very cute. How am I today? Oh, you know, so relaxed. Did anybody see the card? Was it Temperance? Rainy, Temperance reminds you that difficult things happen to everybody. But you are strong and you are capable and you can handle it and you're going to be just fine. I believe in you. Thank you again for the follow. Yes, yes, yes. We do tarot readings here, but right now we're reading an occult text. And they're talking about astrology. I'll be just fine. Yeah, baby. Just like Beyonce said. Something, something, something to the left. So, okay. Let me back it up a little bit because we're a little bit out of whack. I got myself out of whack. So your boy says astrology is fake. And then he says, but it's real though. Hashtag unless. Then he claims that there's some French dudes, ma'am. Then he claims that there's some French dudes that prove that it's real. Okay. And then he says that some other guy, Essek, okay, who is like a famous psychologist, agrees that people are influenced by their rising sign. So like by their main horoscope sign. Okay. And like, this is the guy he's talking about. He's like a famous psychologist, but okay, at first this guy did a study and he agreed, similar to the statisticians. Okay. The statisticians come up with this Mars effect, right? A purported statistical correlation between athletic eminence and the position of the planet Mars relative to somebody's birth. Okay. So they've specifically controlled just for how fast you can run and where Mars was at. And this ends up being FUBAR, okay? It ends up being garbage. This guy, this Hans guy, he also does a study on whether or not it has effect on you psychologically. And at first he comes to the conclusion that it does. And then later he's like, no. Right? And so his quote, you can see here, he says, if the most basic tenets of astrology are true, then they should be detectable in their own right. So what he says is after you start to control for some of these other variables, it's just not, the substance is not there. He says, okay, I think astrology is mostly in your head. If you believe it, it's true. And if it's not, if you don't believe it, then it doesn't work out, right? So again, I'll post my Milanote board so you guys can read more on this. But essentially, these two guys that your boy is quoting, I found the source. They don't agree with him. And they don't agree with him, like, you know, pretty recently to when he's writing this, as far as I can tell. So like, what the fuck? Science has gone too far. Turn back, monk. Like, it's frustrating because why even claim to be skeptical if you're just going to cite a bunch of junk research and a bunch of random coincidences, right? Literally, you can see him here. I'm willing to agree that it could all be coincidence. Are you? Yet it does seem true that many people born under Cancer are home lovers and overdeveloped protective streak, that Geminis tend to be clever and changeable, and that Capricorns are plotters. Okay. And then he just goes, as above, so below. It must be true. The Hermes Trismegistus, he himself said as above, so below. So it must be real. I love when people say bullshit and then cite a credible source that who never said that. To his credit, they said it a little. It is better. It's better than when he just went, oh, your left brain is the ego, or your right brain is the ego and your left brain is the id, or whatever the fuck. When he just said it and no one fucking agreed with him. Or when he said that disturbed adolescents and menstruating women are highly qualified to produce poltergeist effects, and that this is a fact highly recognized by most primitive tribes. Better than that. It's better than that. At least he has a single fucking guy who agrees with him over here. Okay, at least there was some connection. Okay, and he didn't cite a source, but at least I was able to find a source for this nonsense. Okay? At least this is a real quote. Thank God. Academic flavored borrowed valor, literally. And I mean, I can't. Listen, I can't. He has not yet committed pseudepigrapha, but he's any minute now. I bet he's just going to start putting some Bible verses right in the middle of his shit and be like, oh yeah, I said that. That's me. Yeah, okay, not quite. So we're not satisfied with just claiming that astrology is real and that it works and that there's some science. Okay. He's gonna explain it to us, ladies. He's gonna tell us. Okay. He's got a source for this too. He says, Rodney Collins suggests that when a person is born, something inside of him responds like a light meter to the precise configuration of the planets. And of course, to their gravitational forces. Okay. So your baby, you're in your mom's womb. Okay. And you literally are fucking sundial spinning to line up with your horoscope shit. Okay. You're like, I feel Venus. I feel Venus's gravitational pull on my mom's fluids. And it's affecting me. Does anybody else want to go to an Indian restaurant? I mean, I like Indian food. He's going to mansplain to us. He is. So each of us is stamped at the moment of our birth like a branded cow. Is that what we want to go with? None of the editors are going to be like, cow? Okay, sure. My own theory, Colin. You know, Colin, that I love to hear your own theory. Please. I'm lacking in your own theories, Colin. Please give me more. My own theory, for what it's worth, is that the major influence on human beings is the earth itself, which exerts all kinds of strange forces on our minds and emotions. Like what? Okay. Oh, here we go. Magnetic forces, the tides. If I am correct, then we are more closely connected to the earth than we realize. Good thing you have literally no evidence to even suggest that you're right. Many people think this, Colin. Many people are with you. People like to take their shoes off and run around in the dirt because something earth forces, okay? And listen, I'm not even necessarily opposed to some good witchy woo-woo, green witch, earth magic bullshittery, okay? I love me a bonfire. I love to touch trees and things, to smell the air and look at the rainbows and feel like, oh, me and the earth, we have a thing. I love that. But you are suggesting, again, you are giving me nothing. Oh my God. Don't you like astrology? Astronomy, on the other hand, is pretty cool. I mean, I like planets and shit. What people think about astrology can probably say a lot about what they think. I mean, you're not necessarily wrong. I do agree. I think it can be an interesting topic of conversation. What's that meme you were saying, buddy? Where a boy texts his mom and he's like, exactly what time was I born? And she just responds with, get away from that girl. Don't you talk to that girl. This man would have lost it over why. Oh my God. I mean, he was alive in 2013, so there is Wi-Fi for him to...
I wrote this on my left. I get Wi-Fi. I need it.
It's 1981, I think, when he's writing this. So, like, okay. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's like 85, 88. I'm not exactly sure. There's dates somewhere in here. But I don't remember specifically what they are. I'm sorry. We talked about it at the top of the stream. He like talks about some other shit here, some earth shit, some moon shit. And then he just goes, the earliest part of Stonehenge, constructed 5,000 years ago, is an elaborate computer. Bruh?
Marvel Lovelace is rating with 9 viewers.
Hi, Marvel. How are you doing? How was the Duck Simulator video game? I actually love the Duck game. I hope you had a beautiful stream. You guys, Raiders, we are talking about this occult book, and it is melting my ass. I am losing my shit. But, to be fair, it could be worse because I already read it and I already lost my shit. So I hope you're doing good. Hi. Did you get any rare ducks while you were playing? Did you get any rare ducks? Please let us know. Tea opportunity. I missed my cookie. I should have saved the second one. We got a couple, I think. Ooh, Pog. Well, my dear, I know you must be tired from streaming. If you need to do some self-care, please do. But if you want to hear about how Stonehenge is an elaborate computer for working out eclipses, please stick around. I am not going to read that Joseph Seed book. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm not doing it. Not me. Couldn't be me. I have enough hair that I've already pulled out of my skull. Thank you for the self-care break. I'll take another swig of tea because I could use it. Yes, the earliest parts of Stonehenge, constructed 5,000 years ago, are an elaborate computer for working out eclipses of the sun and moon. Like, this is not an insane thing to say, but it's just like very much out of left field. And then he says, my guess, love your guess, as always. And in an introduction like this, I lack the space to justify it, which is hilarious because you are just popping off. They had a thorough but instinctive, i.e. right brain, knowledge of such matters. They knew about the relation between the heaven and the earth in their bodies. So the dudes who made Stonehenge were connected to reddit.com with their right brain, and they pulled down from the cloud knowledge about the relationship between heavenly bodies and the earth, and they used it to make Stonehenge. You know what I find amazing, Colin, is that you think that these dudes were so damn magical, but you cannot possibly conceive that like indigenous people in what is now the UK had enough brain cells to just do math on their fucking own. What an insane thought that they didn't get the idea for Stonehenge from some sort of weird collective unconscious nonsense, and instead they just came up with it by themselves. Incredible. What a thing to suggest. Oh my God. Hi, Cuttlebug. I hope you're doing good. I'm so chilling. I hope you're doing good. I feel like he almost has an actual hypothesis, but using some very hyperbolic words. Amy, literally this man is repeatedly just pulling shit directly out of his ass. He's just using words that make sense together in a way that he thinks makes him sound smart. I literally put a giant freaking citation here because he cites some guys. But like, where did they make this claim? Oh my God. If you just said like Stonehenge may have been a tool for calculating the position of the sun, it would be fine. Yeah. Yeah. Literally.
Hey Mom, I want hugs. It's been a long day.
You can have a hug, baby. You can have a little hug. I just, this in their bones shit, it just makes me mad. So we continue. Of course, we can't just leave one indigenous culture alone and like move on with our lives. Of course, we got to mention the Egyptians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, and the Celtics. And we got to do some full on, nonsense where every culture just happens to be talking about the same shit. Now, this is a claim that Colin is making here in the foreword that actually does end up in the rest of the book, and it is very frustrating. This idea that everybody is just talking about the same thing, and there's no difference. You know, if you're coming from a Hindu tradition, if you're coming from a European tradition, if you're talking about Catholicism, if you're talking about Judaism, if you're talking about Islam, it's all the same. But they're just using different words.
Can I get a hug, Mom? It's been a long day. Sad face.
Yeah, you can have a hug, babe. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. And the occultists love to do this. They love to just make everything go in the same pot. And like, am I telling you that like 0% of these motherfuckers have anything in common? Of course not. Half of the Romans were freaking Catholic, okay? Like, I get it, all right? But like, to say that everybody across the entire globe just happens to have exactly the same religion because you went in and you cherry picked very specific ideas from all of those religions and put them into your book, that's not how it fucking works, dude. Okay? You can't just say that. No. Honestly, why he's so insufferable is that he can't even word things that might allude to him being unsure. Yeah, no, he needs to be 100% sure about everything. Hi there, involuntary pro. How you doing? Oops, all racism. Literally, it's like, it's very annoying. And again, like, I think that Colin Wilson, in his heart of hearts, really has reverence for these people from these different cultures. But he is just so blinded by his desire to make all of his dreams a reality that he's manifesting over top of things that these actual human people are actually saying with their mouth. Do you know what I mean? And it's the same for all of these like scientists and statisticians and any of these actual human people that he's citing in this book, in this foreword, pardon me. He just smooths over top of them with his own thoughts and feelings and just moves on as though the thing he came up with is real. When you tell your dad that the reason you're in college is not just to take classes that he thinks are a good idea, but are also, in fact, to like network and meet people. And then he goes, so what I'm hearing is that college is useless. Yes, you got it. That's exactly what I said. You know what I mean? It's very that. Hard to parse countless foreign cultures to the extent that they know their own, so they mentally simplify them and treat that publicly as fact. Literally so eloquent. Exactly. Ikari, you got it in one. Is they want to feel like learned people who understand, and they learn a little bit about some foreign culture and decide that it's interesting and cool, and they just smash it flat so that they can act smart without actually having to know anything about it. I have no idea when I followed you, but I saw magic shit, so here I am. Hey, baby. I have no idea when you followed me either, but welcome. Yeah, we are reading this book together as a family, and we are crying. We are crying. We are sobbing. Sedge. Hashtag Sedge. Yeah. Yeah, it's giving colonialism. It's giving British Museum. Okay, once again, go on, girl, and give us nothing. We stand. It's very like my rich auntie went to China and became obsessed with China and bought a bunch of Chinese shit, like a bunch of pots and shit, put it all over her house and decided she was an expert. You don't know shit about shit. Obnoxious things that the cultures are interesting and cool. But he did, yes, exactly. That's the other thing. Like Celtic mythology, Greek and Roman culture, Babylonian and Assyrian culture, Egyptian magic are all fascinating and very deep, and they have lots of tradition and lots of like nuances, and they all have like something to say about like where we come from and why and how we affect the world and how we communicate with beings outside of ourselves and like what the stars are doing, like all of this stuff. And we just have none of it here. We have none of it. The only thing I learned about magic is from Tumblr, and that it's almost always racism. When it is not exactly racism, it is accidentally a little bit racist. Western occultism in the like modern sense, as in like 1700 and forward, gotta have a little bit. Oh, can hurt.
Some cultures are cool, but the cultures I do not like were the ones that would sacrifice people. Like dude chill, you don't gonna kill Dave's kid to get more rain next month.
Well, good news, Blob the Goat. There is most of the cultures that people claim did stuff like that really did not. And human sacrifice is actually really, really rare in history all over the place, because it turns out that when you live in like a society big enough for you to have a rock to kill things on, you like know some of the guys in your town, and convincing people to kill them for rain is really hard. So the good news is mostly didn't really happen. So that's good. We love that. Where are we at? Can't hurt to do the Dr. Doom thing and dip your toes into magical thinking on top of some scientific knowledge, though. Listen, I love magic shit. Don't even get me wrong. I love it. I'm here. I'm a stan, okay? And like, again, when we get into David Conway stuff, there's something more interesting about it to talk about. This guy is a motherfucker, and I don't fucking like him, okay? He also says something that really grinds my gears, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. It's this right here, okay? If magic was merely crude pre-scientific thinking, you would expect the magic of, I'm going to say the word Inuit here, and y'all can just insert that, to differ as much from the Central Africans as their climate. You would certainly expect to find no resemblance whatsoever between the magic of the Norsemen and the ancient Chinese. Now, why does this piss me off so much? I mean, this is basically the gist of this sentence takes us to where we were already sort of going, right? Where he's conflating different cultures, he's misunderstanding them, and he's casually using just like some light slurs just for fun. But it's this first part, because there is you're gonna love it, chat. You'll love it. There's this Jordan Peterson quote where he says that magic was not purely primitive proto-science. And he goes on about how magic was, people connecting themselves to the Carl Jung collective conscience, a greater understanding of the human world and our connection to the earth and all that shit, okay? And it is literally this theory that he is just like repackaging in his little philosophical box that he loves to put a little red bow on. He loves to bring it with him with his dumb suit to all his podcasts he goes to visit. Magic was never less good science.
If we stopped giving money to Ukraine, we could all get free Slurpees, which I think is a good trade. Ukraine for free Slurpees for a month.
Don't agree with that, but I hate the idea that people would try to imply that like these like complex systems of magic that ancient people were doing were just a way for them to not do more complicated science, because we got science that we have because we are the same human people as they were. But what I hate even more is the suggestion that it is all fucking nonsense, pop psychology garbage. Can we let ancient people just be smart for 2 minutes? Can we not have to constantly make them stupid so that we can feel cool? Okay, just a little aside. We gotta bring some of JP's good esoteric higgledy-piggledy nonsense into the pod at least once a week. I breathe in and I breathe out. The Jarbson, Jorbsy, give us less than nothing. More, I need more lobster analogies. I need more. I suspect the anti-Semitic streak is mostly the Christian sphere of influence. Eurasian post-Roman. Outside of that, there may be some interesting forms of thought that made sense for quite some time in their respective contexts. Listen, if there's something an occultist loves, it's Jewish mysticism, and we are gonna get into it, okay? We're gonna get there. So yeah, I just want to have this little moment with that quote because it made me mad. Some good notes from me here, but are they really? And if that was what they meant, that's what they would have said. I'm not even this. He just gets into some Carl Jung shit. Is there anyone in chat? Are you going to bed, Bunny? Yes. Everybody say goodnight, Bunny. You know what I want? Cut the tunes. JP moved to Mexico. Put on a robe. Retire. Just retire. You're sad and you're stressed out. Get away from all of your weird communist art in your house, which is clearly affecting you a lot more than you want to admit that it is. And just go on vacation. Take your wife and take all the steak in your freezer and just shut up. Okay? Stop taking the oil money. Stop talking to Joe Rogan. Get these toxic people out of your life, baby. And shut the fuck up. Okay? Okay? I've seen you cry too many times, and I cannot stand idly by any longer while you suffer. So just go away. Just go away. Okay. It's fine. I know. Listen, that's it. Okay. Oh, no, there's new people. Hi, Momo. Hello. Oh, my God. The twinkling.
30 viewers.
Hello. What were you guys doing? You were chatting? Oh, my God. I'm also chatting. Hi. Thank you very much for the follow. Arya Moon Goddess. You pulled the Emperor. The Emperor reminds you that structure is good, but too much structure can be a little bit stressful. So make sure to take yourself a little break. Thank you very much for the follow. Chrissa Cakes. You pulled the Hermit. The Hermit reminds you that sometimes you need to be alone. And those motherfuckers should leave you alone. Tell them to get the fuck out of your face. Thank you for the follow. We have more. Crude Imposter Nightbright, thank you very much for the follow. You got the star. The star reminds you that if you remember why you began, you will never forget where you are going. Thank you again for the follow. Followed you on Twitter, and I want to show you some love. Thank you, Momo. I appreciate you a lot. I hope you had a good stream. Osmium. You pulled the Fool. The Fool reminds you that being spontaneous is good, but being too spontaneous is dangerous, so just watch where you're going. Thank you again for the follow. Mama Hottie, hi Soup, how you doing? We're having such a chill time. Hi Jojo, hello, thank you for the follow. You pulled the High Priestess. The High Priestess reminds you that sometimes the thing that needs work is you, and you are worth it. So give yourself what you deserve. Thank you again for the follow. Thank you, oh, I'm out of whack. Oh my God, I missed one, I think. Well, this is for Jojo. Okay, so that must be, okay, so Jojo, thank you for the follow. The Magician reminds you that practice makes perfect. And that's Blood Moon Phoenix. Thank you for the follow. The Hermit reminds you sometimes you need to be alone, and you should be alone if you want to. Thank you. Love the glasses. Thank you. I'm sorry that the follows are out of whack. I don't know what happened, but I appreciate you guys. No, Momo, go eat. I hope you have a beautiful dinner and or lunch. And thank you again for the raid. Have a beautiful time, and we'll chat sometime soon. We'll see you on twitter.com. Damn, the card pull suits was going way too well. Yeah, sometimes some people feel like the card hits real hard, which is interesting. Where's the Ajon? Yeah, where is Ajon? At Ajon? Where is he? Gib the snack. Yes, him have Simmelbun. So Raiders. Oh my God, I had a self-care break. Let me have a sip. So, you guys, we're reading a book. And that book is called Magic, an Occult Primer. And it's by this guy, David Conway, who is okay. He's not that bad. But we're reading the foreword, which is by Colin Wilson, who we hate. All my homies hate Colin Wilson. It is Conjecture City, baby. It is nonsense.com. So we're annoyed, but it's okay. Also, here's where he plugs his own book. Don't we love that? What a homie. Books are tasty. Yeah, this book, I mean, you can see how I felt about it because I literally said, stop. I was literally like, don't do it anymore. I hate it. Can I zoom in on the stop? Oh, I can't get it to work. Maybe if I do like this. Oh, there we go. Oh, it didn't quite work. Maybe if I do like this. Nope. Well, you just have to believe me. I say stop. So yeah, so that's what we're up to. We're reading it. We're investigating. We're going through my extensive notes. If you don't mind, why? Never mind. This guy gives off bad vibes. Oh yeah, you can see things that give off bad vibes because we have just like a bunch of ancient cultures all grouped together into one sentence here. Never a good sign. You know, we have lots of good stuff. Here's my favorite one so far, you guys. I brought this up a couple times, but it just bears repeating. Okay, your boy says that disturbed adolescents and girls on their period can move things with their mind. So if you've ever been a disturbed adolescent or if you've ever had your period, let me know if you've ever been able to do magic. Hit me up. Yeah. Hot girls get pissed off, hungry, too hot, and they move things with their brain. What does he mean by disturbed? Osmium, that's a fascinating question. I have no fucking idea. Where was my, yeah, I was a very upset teenager and I never broke any glass with my brain. Okay, I never went, oh my God, do you think he saw Carrie and lost? Oh, I can't. We're not going to go there because if we go there, I'm not going to be able to stop. I saw Eskimo. Oh yeah, we got it. We got light slurs for everybody. We got just a little slur as a treat. You know, we got the G slur up here somewhere. You know, here she is. Yeah. All my homies hate it. So I apologize. I guess I could have blacked out all the slurs. But, you know, I think we deserve to see a boy in his full glory. Good news. No hard R's in this one. So that's a W for me. Oh, my God. I'm so annoyed. Oh, my God. It's so... It's worse. I don't know. Is it worse? No, it's not worse. But it is bad in addition to using... I mean, when did he write this? It was the 80s. So, like... He's talking about these people... and just saying that they're the same, that everybody's got the same beliefs. That's basically where we're at. So this is a section. So to catch up the Raiders specifically, we talked a little bit about astrology and now we just made a big old fucking jump, okay, to talking about like the origins of different like esoteric ideas. He's like talking about like people's connection to the earth. We're getting into some good Jungian nonsense, right? So we got some good collective consciousness garbo down here. And so here in this top paragraph, it's like oh, you know, the Romans and the Celts and the Babylonians and the Assyrians and the Egyptians, they all believe the same thing, dog. Everybody believes the same thing. They're all of the cultures are all talking about, all their texts are talking about the same thing. I thought it was like the 40s. No, baby. This boy died in 2013. Rest in peace, Colin. Okay. This book here. Let me check because we've talked about it a couple times, but it says up here in the front. So this edition was published in 1991. And the original book, I think, okay, this says 1988, but I'm pretty sure Magic Occult Primer first came out in the 70s. I'm like 90% sure. And I have a source for it somewhere. But so I'm not sure if it's just this edition or the forward or what. But this particular version of the book that's been scanned was from 1991. And the forward, it doesn't say specifically when he wrote it. So I can probably check. But yeah, that's what's going on with that. So yeah, so like it's not the 30s. Like he should know a little bit better. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm no stranger to the lens of worst times. I'm related to Scott Cunningham and we had all his works, but for the 80s, sheesh, I know, like, can we try a little? And it's just, I'm trying my best. Oh, okay, yeah. So for the citation, the purple is opinions. The pink is truth claims. The pink writing is my notes. And then C prime is citation needed. Citation needed. And you're gonna see a lot of them because a lot of citations are missing. No problem, no problem, no problem. Trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, and don't worry. Okay. In his other book, which I, once again, for the Raiders' benefit, I do have his other book that he plugs. I have this book that he's talking about here, and he is definitely more racist in this. What a W. Wow. I'm not reading you any of this book. There is an amount of money that you could give me to read this book, but this book that he's referencing here called The Occult, just a reminder, is 800 pages of this exact stream of consciousness nonsense. If you told me that he wrote this book with automatic writing, where he just like wrote down every single thing that came to his head and told his editor to fuck off, I bought this occult book, his occult book, because I thought it was going to be like a comprehensive history of Western esotericism, and it is utter nonsense. I looked it up, it came out in 72. Thank you, Osmi, I appreciate it. And yes, yes, yes. Yes, I knew it. Yeah, because this was a very popular book in the 70s. So listen, we can give some leeway to the author if we assume that the original author was writing in like the 60s before he published it. So like later in the book, we'll get into this, but there's like some theories and stuff where I'm like, okay, well, we didn't know exactly how black holes worked in the 60s, so I give you a pass. But like, if you wrote the foreword in 1988, you know better than this. You should. People knew. It's not a surprise. Also, just a thought that if you want to talk about what's going on with like Inuit people or just indigenous people literally anywhere, like those people are real. And you can write them letters and you can ask them all sorts of shit if you want. I mean, clearly you don't, but you could. Just letting you know. Even in the 80s, it was possible to talk to real indigenous people. Incredible. The 80s were still terrible. They were. The 90s, there was a little bit of pushback and people were pissed. You give up a good English teacher. Ugh, I actually am incredibly dyslexic and I can't read or spell. So, but I appreciate it. I'm actually by trade, I'm a computer lady. Wow. Yeah, I do like chemistry. But I appreciate it. That makes me feel happy. Glorified by media and things started. Yeah. Because if you imagine the 80s that's like in Stranger Things, it seems kind of cool. And like there were cool things about it, but it was not that good in terms of like black people are human beings. You know what I mean? Been following you on Twitter for months. Oh my God. Mr. B, hi. Gotta find you on Twitch. Bottle is gorgeous. Thank you. Thank you. And also thank you somebody for the gay frogs. Seeing this terminology from the 20s, and the indigenous people have been speaking out for ages, even in the 80s. Oh yeah, baby. Oh my God. Thank you for the follow, Mr. B. You pulled the sun. The sun reminds you that even good things can make you tired. So even when things are good, you should have a nap. Thank you again for the follow. People are still holding tightly onto slurs of all kinds. True. As their right to use. True. In the 80s, absolutely, even in the 90s. So, you know, listen, we can recognize that there is some cultural context and also expect this motherfucker to do better at the same time. We can recognize that probably this guy was not like a full on, you know, like set human beings on fire racist, while still understanding that he had some deeply racist ideas that he was clearly not willing to examine with any depth. And just like, again, for the benefit of the Raiders, you know, since it's been a minute, let me see, do I still have it up? My favorite quote about this bitch in particular. Okay, this is Martin Gardner talking about Colin Wilson, saying that Colin bought it all With unparalleled egotism and scientific ignorance, he believed almost everything he read about the paranormal, no matter how outrageous. And somebody in chat said earlier, it might have been Boundary, but somebody in chat said earlier that this forward reads as though he had a bunch of people explain esoteric concepts to him 6 months ago, and then he's just vomiting them out onto the page right now. Feels 100% accurate. Feels 100% accurate to how he's writing this fucking book, so. But don't worry, he's not the author. It is going to get better. Stranger Things made me so mad in that regard. Like, I love it, but specifically the way Lucas is barely ever addressed as being the victim of racism. Yeah, they just completely ignore it, which, like, I also kind of want to imagine a version of the 80s where there, like, wasn't racism. And I also don't necessarily think the people who made Stranger Things were equipped. But, like, recognizing that Stranger Things is very good and that it calls into attention a lot of interesting things about the 80s, like, that's a problem, in my opinion. But yeah, it was me, Boundary, taking the good clips and coming in with the good quotes. We love it. 80s folks outside of the Anglosphere had a harder time correcting misconceptions. Yeah, because they couldn't get on television, God forbid. I mean, there was Oprah. In the 80s, was there Oprah? No. I mean, Oprah was alive. But I think Oprah wasn't, like, on television until the 90s. So, no Oprah. Imagine. The writers can make good characters and they write good plots, but nothing else. Yeah. Yeah, oh no, but then if we have a sensitivity guy, then we got to think about it really hard and I don't want to. That sounds like a lot of work. The best stream for me to be zooted while watching, Nopra. Oh, Amy, shot through the heart. Okay, all right, so let's get into it a little bit more. I don't want to fucking talk about his Jungian. I can't. I was going to make a Jung bingo card, but it's not even worth it because he's never read anything. Maybe he did. Oh my God. I don't think he read anything that Jung wrote. Nobody knows what fucking Carl Jung was talking about. It's all nonsense and everybody needs to calm the fuck down. Okay. Again, look at me. At any rate, this is my own impression. Stop giving me your impression. This is a book. You can write down your impression. Look it up in the Encyclopedia Britannica, okay? You can edit your impression. And then you can cite your sources. And then you wouldn't have to keep asking for me to forgive you for your nonsense, Colin. For your nonsense, sir. I would have no need to forgive you. You would not have to pray or beg for anything. The editor, Colin. The editor. The only Young references I've enjoyed are The Mask and Persona. I feel like that says a lot about you, but that's not necessarily bad. Lee paid a friend to be a sensitivity writer for me in one of my stories. And thanks to that, I learned that the G term is a romantic slur. Indeed it is. And I was so thankful for them educating me on it. Now I know better. Literally, and that's all the people are asking for. It's like people who are like, oh my God, in the woke leftist society, if I misgender somebody, I'll be shot. Obviously not, bitch. If you get my name wrong, you don't get shot. Just try to be empathetic for one fucking minute in your life. One time I was explaining this to a dude, and he was like, do I really have to care? And I was like, okay, I'm just going to start calling you Carl then. He was like, well, that's kind of rude. And I was like, oh my God, he's almost got it. You're so close and yet so far. If it would be rude for me to just start calling you Carl, which is not your name, then we connect the dots. And then we can see that sometimes when people ask you to not fucking do something, it's just nice not to do it. Shocking. Shocking. Amazing. I'm sweaty. Oh my God. Don't make my sex life. Girl, I don't want you anywhere near my pussy or my asshole, okay? All right. My rainbow pin has nothing to do with whether or not I'm interested in pegging you specifically, which I clearly am not. Okay. This is about whether or not I can like file my taxes and like rent a house. And if you can't deal with that, if you can't deal with the possibility of knowing that I've taken it up the ass a single time in my life, then maybe you should stop telling me about your baby, who I know for a fact you made with sex. Okay. All right. Okay. So we can agree to shut the fuck up. Thank you. Now you can clip that and put that on twitter.com. Oh my God. Simple, basic human respect. Yeah, baby, you can call me whatever the fuck you want, but I don't have to like you for doing it. You look like a piece of shit. Is that what you want? Okay. All right, girl, go on. Give us piece of shit on the streets. Okay. I mean, but don't come crying to me that you can't find a girlfriend when you be acting like that on Maine 24/7, okay? Because when you look like a piece of shit, no one wants to fucking date you. Shock and awe. Anyway, we have to listen, I got to get it together. Hold on, I need a minute. I got myself worked up again. I had to take my blankie off because I got sweaty. I'm back with my... Literally, I went on a fucking absolute diatribe, and after I was like, did I miss anything? You're good. You know what? We're so good because it's gonna get worse. Because next we're gonna talk about who David Conway is and who this fucker thinks he is, but that's fine. Where are we at? He's got some macrocosm, microcosm, correspondences, theories of the ancients, collectivist unconsciousness, blah, 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 sorts of shit, spirit animals, Kabbalah mention, Kabbalah, we love it. Kabbalah is important, and this book is going to cover it extensively. He's very generous, but we're going to talk about it a lot. For clarification, to anybody who's not sure, okay, so Kabbalah is a Jewish mystic tradition. It has to do with the truth about God in like a capital T sort of way. It is literally the idea that there are truths hidden about God in the text of the Torah in Hebrew, okay? And that you can like unveil facts about the physical being that is God. You guys with me? So like in Christian tradition, God is kind of like a sky dude that no one ever touches or talks to. But in the Jewish tradition, God is like a dude who you can like argue with, you know? And there's a lot more.
Sniff, snort, pinmo, mother, what are we talking about?
Talking about magic. What about in the Skad religion? God is even more up higher. Yeah. Because he's not in the sky. He's in space because I'm in the sky. If you don't know about the Skad thing, it's MrsMothmom lore. Don't worry about it for now. But yeah, so the idea is that you would study the Jewish religious tradition, and then Kabbalah is on top of that. Yeah. So there's some discussion about whether or not studying Kabbalah or getting involved with Kabbalah or investigating as like a Gentile, that is to say like not a Jewish person, is like fine and okay. And my understanding is for the most part, it's fine. There are some expectations of like people who follow the Jewish tradition to do certain steps before they study Kabbalah. But it's like not necessarily bad for people who are not Jewish to engage with the material. The thing that I think we run into a lot in the Western esoteric tradition is that people talk about Kabbalah, but they like don't have any like Jewish context. And so they just look like idiots a little bit. Yeah. So and there's no crime in looking stupid, I guess. So for clarification, for me, I have not studied any of the actual texts of Kabbalah. And we can talk about what those texts are, but I don't read Hebrew and I'm scared because it's real complicated. Anyway, so that's what's up. Also, hi, Draco. Did I say hi? I hope you're doing good, Draco. We're talking about magic. I learned about this in school. I don't know why, but my middle school history teacher was very much into those every religion is just recycled Christianity. Yeah, this is a very popular idea. Some people are a little more generous, and instead of saying that other religions are recycling Christianity, they put Christianity on the same level as the other religions and say all the religions are cycling the same shit. But it's not necessarily from Christianity. Of course not. Oh my goodness, that would be so Eurocentric of me to say, and I would never say that. But they are just recycling the same like true real facts about the earth and the universe. Oh, wow. Which literally happened right here in this book. Very pog. And it was not pog, in fact. This magic tower sucks. Sir, this is a psych ward. Like you sort of said earlier, they could consult the real people who would practice this stuff, but they'd rather just say a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. This is what I like. Also, note, this is what I like about the Esoterica YouTube channel guy, is that he is Jewish. So he knows what he's fucking talking about. And also he has a PhD. But he also is Jewish. There you have it. And he has a great beard, just saying. Most Christians can't live with the fact that their faith is the weird middle child of monotheism and relatively specific religion of the world. It's so funny to me. Listen, if you're a Christian in chat, I just want you to know that I know that you're not like some of these crazy freaks. And also that you're so valid. I don't think that Christianity is bad or dumb, and I would never try to imply that. And I also understand that a lot of people get a lot of spiritual and emotional and cultural fulfillment from studying the Bible and from engaging with specific translations of the Bible and all that kind of stuff, and that's so valid. But when a motherfucker gets up on stage and points to a mistranslation and says that God said this, and then gives what is clearly his own interpretation of the mistranslation of what he claims to be the ineffable word of God, and claims that I need to do specific, real-world, actionable shit in response to that, I get kind of pissed off. You know what I'm saying? Are you hearing me? I'm gonna cry. I need more tea. Give me a sec. Oh my God. Life is so difficult. Hi, Pastel Purple. How are you doing? We're talking about magic. Okay, so we get our Kabbalah mention. We get our Kabbalah mention. He says that it is the atomic table of elements of magic. That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me based on my understanding. I don't know. There's a lot of categories and stuff in Kabbalah, which this book does get into a little bit, which I am thankful for because it's kind of complicated. But I just don't think that he understands the periodic table of elements well enough to say this. That's basically my point. I'd be more willing to look into Christianity if I could find one that doesn't do blatant mistranslations. But for now, oh, you know what? If you're looking, okay, y'all want to talk about Bible shit? If you're looking for a Bible that has good translations and is good for Bible study in a more historical sense. What you want is a Jewish study Bible. It will have the Hebrew next to translations in English, and then we'll also have notes. So like, for example, if there's a Hebrew word that's not translatable into English, or like if there's weird, like, because Hebrew has, like things have genders in Hebrew, like similar to like French and things like that. There's like gendered words and verbs and things. So things like that will be specifically bumped out into footnotes. Yeah, so you want a Jewish study Bible. If you're looking for like good translations specifically, and they will usually include the like parts of the Torah in like, so the Old Testament, and it will also include New Testament stuff. Good stuff. There's also a couple of English translations of the Bible that are better than the King James Version, which has most of the really bad translation errors. Yeah. And the translation in the Jewish Study Bible will be in like plain English. So it'll be like readable English and not like higgledy-piggledy Shakespeare garbage. There are also versions of the Bible that have like more books. So for example, Ethiopian Bibles have more books than any other Christian Bible. So if you're looking for a version that has like lots of extra shit and like more stories, then an Ethiopian Bible is a good one to look into. And if you're interested in Bible history from a historical perspective and not necessarily from like a religious perspective, I highly recommend, it's a podcast. It's called the History in the Bible Podcast. And it's by a cool guy, and he goes through all the books in all the Bibles. And he talks about like the historical and cultural context, who the authors may or may not have been, because we don't know who all the authors are, what the current like academic theories are about like what the texts are trying to say, and that kind of shit. It's a really good podcast. 2 thumbs up. Love it. The guy's just a citizen. Like he doesn't have a PhD or anything, but he's great. And he's very soothing. The episodes are like 25 minutes long, usually. And he has some guests. We love it. We love it. I hope that's helpful. Okay, where was I at? Sorry, I'm going to read through chat. I know I'm missing a bunch of messages. I've been better. Waterline, my toilet broke. Oh no. Oh my God, pastel purple. One time my toilet just kept running and it kept overflowing and I had a panic attack over my toilet and I had to call Buddy and I was so upset. And I had to turn off the water in my whole house because I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. I'm sure that was extremely stressful. I hope you're doing okay. Solidarity, girl. Toilet shit's fucked up. Wish you the best getting that fixed. Me too. I'm over here dealing with the Fae and celebrating pagan holidays. Yes. Being so unbothered by Christianity. Hey, if you don't want to engage with it, I don't. Oh, a raid! Hi, Naomi. Hi. We're talking about magic shit, and now I'm talking about the Bible
Naomi,
again.
With 4 viewers. You
know me. I just can't help myself talking about Bible shit. How was Final Fantasy? Did you have a good stream? Here, I'm a little bit behind on chat, so I'm gonna continue rating. But Raiders, please tell me how you're doing, and Naomi, please tell me what's going on. I want to hear about it. Like those playbooks at schools, where's the original Shakespeare, and then the common writing. Yes, similar. So it'll be like side by side, similar to that. What did I walk into? Space Panda. It's so normal for us. Conservative Christians speaking and behaving in the opposite way of Christ. Don't even get me started. I'm not even going to say anything because I can't. Common is in plain English. Yes. If you don't know how to pick between Catholic Bible and a Christian Bible, or like a Protestant Bible, grab the Catholic one. Well, the Catholics use the King James Version, which is kind of fucked up in some ways. Like, for example, did you know that King James decided to remove all references to tyrants in the Bible? That's right. There were several clear passages where the Hebrew word would have been translated to tyrant in English, and he just cut them. We love that. Good to know. You're welcome, baby. Do you have a degree? I am a chemist, sorta. I do simulations. It's really gross. So I do have a degree, but not in this. And I've sort of structured this a bit like a class, so it makes sense. One phase simply Christianity is narrowed down to prioritizing compassion. I agree. There are a lot of sects of Christianity that are way more normal, by the way, than this like new Baptist evangelist nonsense. Like there are lots of chill churches where this kind of shit doesn't happen. Appreciate the suggestions. No problem. Naomi is here. James scratches our floor installing a new toilet. Yeah, toilets are hard. The unbothered bit is sarcasm. You know, trying to like stay the fuck away from those guys. I get it. Yes, you had a good stream. I'm so glad. Our Lord and Savior MrsMothmom. No. So many raiders I know. I had a bunch of fun. I'm so glad, Naomi. That's interesting because the version of the Catholic Bible I used when I went to Catholic school did not mention tyrants. Oh, it did? Then maybe it was not the King James Version. I'm not Catholic, so maybe I'm thinking of something else. That's very telling. It is. Mom has a big brain. I do. Also, I know way too much about what's going on in the Bible for no good reason. Easier to read. Nicer word. Yeesh. Oh, he cut it. Cut. Slice, slice. Also, here's an interesting fact. I watched a short about this recently. Okay. So in the Hebrew version of the Bible, when Adam and Eve are created, okay, the word that is used for the part of Adam that Eve is made of is side. Okay? In other places in the Hebrew version of the Bible, they use a specific word for rib, but that is not used in Genesis. It's specifically the word for like side as in a part or like a half. So it seems to imply that Eve is made with half of Adam, right? But also later on in Genesis, there is a word used for what Eve is to Adam, but the word is savior, not helper. So in a lot of evangelistic traditions, they try to make this idea that Eve is meant to help Adam, as in to be subservient to him. But in the original Hebrew, it seems like Eve is there to save Adam. So there's a lot of translations that are specifically done to change the role of Eve in English versions of the Bible that are not there in the original text. Just a fun fact. Even in Orthodox Catholic ones, they left out any books that cast doubt. True. Yeah. And there are books that have more dialogue on whether or not Christ is the Son of God, period. Naomi, I know this is probably an insane conversation to walk in on. I hope you're having a beautiful night. I'm so glad you had fun on your stream. If you need to do some self-care, please do. But if you want to be part of this, you're very welcome to. The better half, yeah, baby. Baptists were strict. Methodists were not too bad. Some other church, Pentecost, officially allergic to. Seventh-day Adventists are a little weird, but they're like nice, but they are a little weird. They do like Saturday Sabbath, which is interesting. Wasn't Lilith a much older Mesopotamian? I've done a little bit of research into Lilith. And I don't want to get into it now because I feel like also a lot of like witches have a lot of feelings about Lilith, which is valid. But I think that Lilith's role as like a goddess is a little overinflated. And it seems like she's more treated as a more minor spirit in the same region as where the Bible came from. But I don't think that she's directly related to like a Christian idea specifically. Because there's like some idea that like Lilith came before Eve and then she had to go and blah, 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 blah. I have many things I could say, but I'm unable to remove my personal biases. Oh, girl. Me too. There are things I could be saying right now. I hear you. So with the rib and the helper role, the English Bible, to put it, gives off bad patriarchal vibes. Wow. It sure does. Patriarchy is male dominant stuff. That is correct. Yes. You think the patriarch is the dad. So the patriarchy is when society has a dad. You know what I mean? And not necessarily a nice dad. Love how the Lilith name keeps popping up in waves of popularity throughout history. Yeah. It is very sticky as an idea. There is an Esoterica video. There's a couple of Esoterica videos on Lilith, and they are very interesting, but I'm not knowledgeable enough on the topic to feel like I can pontificate here. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's get into it. So the next thing that Colin is going to do is he's going to talk about David Conway. Here, I'm actually going to stop my recording and start it again. Okay, yeah, just so I have a break for myself. So yeah, so the next thing that Colin Wilson is going to do is he's going to talk about David Conway. So if you remember, David Conway is the actual author of the rest of this book, because we're still just in the foreword, right? And he's going to make some claims about this guy that I find very interesting. Okay. So, girl, this is just a forward. And I said this earlier, but like, don't worry. Colin is not going to stay with us, and it's going to get better. It does get better later, and it gets a lot more coherent. Okay. So I was really frustrated because when I was looking for this book originally, I could not find any information on the author. Everything I looked for, it just gave me nothing. I found 2 sources of information online. It was his Amazon bio and an interview that he did with witchesalmanac.com because he was putting out a new book. So a bit late. So this is very early in David Conway's career, okay? This book he wrote apparently when he was in college in the late 60s, and then it came out in the early 70s, right? But like, he continues to write on esoteric and occult topics, and he writes several other books about magic. And eventually he writes what he is like, it's like an autobiography about his magical journey. And when that gets published, he does this interview, which is like relatively recent. So the description of David Conway that I get from his Amazon listing is this, okay? It says, David Conway is best known for his book, Magic and Occult Primer. He is a mystic and a magus, okay, whose profound knowledge and unique insights and clear, accessible writing style have affected literary esoterica since the early 70s. The 7th child of a 7th child, David was reared in the seaside city of Aberystwyth in Wales. Sorry for the pronunciation, okay? His education in magic began at an early age, studying with a local farmer before embarking on his own inner journey. David enjoyed a distinguished academic career, followed by a rich and varied career as a civil servant working across the capitals of Europe. Which is very interesting. What are you guys talking about? Oh yeah, I see you. I'm gonna leave that discussion in the comments, but I see you. Can he get started on Mormonism? We are not talking about the Mormons. Not today. Another day. Another day. I'm begging you. I would really like to read one of the witnesses' texts, one of the Watchtower texts. You guys know the Jehovah's Witnesses. I want to read some of their shit, and I want to talk about it on stream, but I'm not today. Not today. Just telling a funny story. I see you. I see you. So yeah, it is interesting. It's weird. It's a weird like call to working class. I feel like to say that he was trained by this farmer, but like, who is this guy? Okay. Okay, I live in Mormon Mecca. Oh no, baby. You are hashtag trapped. Good news though. Lots of ice cold Pepsi to go around. I'm sure. Farmer is hardly determined at making a living off honest works, looking into other subjects on the side. Like, I mean, this farmer could be really like incredibly smart. He could be he could be anybody. Like, so, I mean, not to be disparaging to the knowledge of farmers, like in any regard, but also like, who is this guy? Farming probably teaches you very eloquent nature's lessons. Yeah, I agree. But like, we're going to get into it because we're going to talk about this farmer guy a little bit more. He's going to come up. So, finding hilarious how we can't discuss, oh my God. We can't, no. No Mormons for me today. Because speaking of a fucking stun lock, that'll get me locked up for hours. Okay, so when I went looking for like information about this guy, I like couldn't fucking figure it out. And sure enough, here in the foreword, we talk about him a little bit. Okay. So it turns out the reason I can't find shit about David Conway is not only because he doesn't have a Wikipedia page, it's a pseudonym. It's a pen name. So his name is not David Conway, which is interesting. I wonder, we're dangling Mormon. No, get it away from me. Get it away from me. I can't do it. I showed Buddy, I made the mistake of showing Buddy LDS Discussions, you guys. It's one of the Mormon Stories podcasts. And like, I'm not saying John DeLynne's a genius. Okay, don't come at, I can't. We're not talking about it. But I'm just saying LDS Discussions, it's got some interesting facts in it. Okay. I need a sip of water. Okay. So David Conway's a pseudonym. Fine. No, don't worry, Badger. I got started all by myself. You're good. Actually, I blame Aria. I blame Aria for Mormonism. So it's a pseudonym because he works for the government. So I guess that makes sense because, like, you know, a civil servant. Like, okay, fine. And so he sort of goes on about like how he's having this discussion with David Conway. They're talking about it. You know what I mean? And then we get into just some truly annoying ass shit. Okay. So the first annoying thing is that he goes, a Welshman, that is to say a Celt. Celts are the most mystical race on earth. And I just literally wrote, sure, Jan. Sure, Jan. Whatever you say, bestie. Good for you. And then he continues. Because, of course, we can't leave alone. He goes, they include, of course, so the Celts. The Celts, I assume, is what he's talking about here. The Celts include, of course, the Irish, the Welsh, the Scots, and certain tribes of Spain. No specific ones. Just certain tribes of Spain. Maybe this is real. I didn't even bother looking it up because I was so pissed off. But like, maybe the Celts include certain tribes of Spain. I don't know which ones. I didn't know Spain even had fucking tribes. Since when? Okay. You can't even keep from like romanticizing in like a gross way indigenous people on your own stupid island. like, can you leave? Like, the Celts alone. Why do you think they're the most mystical race on earth? What gives you that impression? Is it because you like have seen them out and about? Is it because they have red hair? Is that what this is about? This like I feel like we all kind of recognize the like, you know, Native American, like shaman romanticism that's like really weird and unpleasant. But like, are we not going to talk about the like, you know, grass mound, Stonehenge, like weird fetishization of like Irish people who speak the Irish language and Welsh people who speak the Welsh language and how magic they must be because they like, I don't know, like used to live in the woods or whatever? Like, do we need to do this? Is this necessary? And clearly, this guy, David Conway, like, cannot be lost on the fact that he's like borrowing that kind of shroud of beautiful, gorgeous, like Fae child nonsense. Like, and we're going to see that, like, Colin Wilson continues to be willing to believe literally anything anybody tells him. So when David Conway makes claims, he just parrots them as though they are fact, just like everything else he says. So like, it weirds me out. And it makes me doubt whether David Conway even is actually Welsh, because Colin Wilson's perspective, this Welshman thing is like a huge deal. All right, let me catch up on chat a little bit. I want to scream, me too. There's an anime Shane and I just watched. It's a guy being reincarnated as a farmer in a new world, and it's so pure and delightful. Minecraft in real life vibes. If he works with the government, he's also a furry. I wish he was a furry, to be honest. I think I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I'm going to keep it locked up. Too stubborn to get on the ark. Sir, do you know what unicorns are? Certain tribes. We will not name them, but we know what they did. Yeah, perfect. Declaring text the most mystical. It's not Orientalism as usual, but still not a good look. Please tell me he doesn't spout some nonsense about the pigs. No, he doesn't get into that, thank God. Apparently, the Spanish tribes of Lithuanians, Cantabrians, Asturians, Carpathians, and Erevicans are considered Celtic. But my source is 0.2 seconds of Googling. Thank you, Amy. So he's not completely full of shit. Okay. I'm sorry, Colin. You're smarter than me about the Celts. I didn't know about that. I believe Amy. Now we have two different people who are saying, so at least that's something. The Celts. He got one whiff of, one strong breeze amongst a bunch of Scots, and he was like, damn, I feel magical already. If you ever do an analysis of the Book on Mormons, I can send you a copy of the book my great uncle wrote. Ooh, I'm actually kind of down for that. I can't. No Mormonism. An actual site was called Celtic Lifeline, if that's relevant. If Lithuanians are mystical Celts, then Christianity fucked up by basically steamrolling the local religions. Yeah, that sounds about right. That does sound correct. That seems like something they would do. The Celts settled in Spain during the Iron Age, some of the tribes in north-central Spain. I guess that makes sense. A tribal confederation of 27 identified tribes. Huh. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. It makes sense, right? That's what I got Googling tribes in Spain. There you have it. I'm from Portugal, and the history lessons here, there tend to tie us to Lithuanians, but Spain is bigger. True. I did not know any of this, to be honest. I'm being learned. I should have Googled it. I shouldn't have been so pissed off. I should have just Googled it. All right, have a good rest, Cuddlebug. Okay, so it's mostly, my problem is not necessarily about his assertion of like the list of people who count as Celts. My problem is mostly this like mystical nonsense. And he goes on to say, second sight is common among them. Okay. No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Amy. And thank you very much, Soup, for looking it up, because I should have, but I didn't. And I appreciate you. David Conway's experiences of the occult began as a baby. This is where I first start getting like the eyebrow. Okay. Anybody who says they remember shit from when they were a baby, sus. Those don't necessarily mention what they practice. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, I'm sure they must be culturally distinct, right? I mean, it depends on when they split apart. I'm sure there is a lot of interesting history there to be read about. And I'm sure none of it implies that they are magical because of, like, breeding. Okay. Okay. You guys, I gotta read you this whole thing. Just for context, my note is just question mark. David Conway's experiences of the occult began as a baby when two strange old ladies used to come to his bedside and talk to him. They tickled him, and his parents would rush in, wondering why he was shouting. He then told them about the ladies, and they took it for granted that he was dreaming, although they were struck with the exactness of his description of the women. He even knew their pet names. They told him to call them Auntie. How am I going to take shit that you say later on? So Colin is talking, remember, Colin Wilson is talking about a conversation that he had with the author of this book about his personal history. And according to him, in this conversation, David Conway claims to be a Welshman and a Celt using a pseudonym, and that as a baby, he was visited by two old ladies who used to tickle him, and they told him to call him Auntie. And, like, I don't know, something tells me that Colin Wilson did not get in touch with David's parents to corroborate a story about how struck they were with the exactness of his description of two old ladies from when he was literally an infant. When you say a baby, like, I'm imagining he's in a crib, right? If we're being super generous, baby is like a toddler maximum, right? So he's like not yet 4, right? So even if we imagine that the kid is at the peak maximum age that you would call a baby, okay, that a 40-year-old man who is gay and has never seen a human child in his life would look at it and be like, that's a baby. 4, maybe, right? So he's laughing so loud in his bed that his parents rush in. And they're like, what happened? And he's like, I saw two old women, about 5'2", gray hair, one with a long nose, one with a short nose, gray eyes. They reached into my crib. They both tickled me, and they told me to call them Auntie. And his parents were like, damn, that's really detailed. Oh my God. Is that what's going on here? What other interpretation am I meant to take for this? And like, it's so weird because there are lots of things that you could do to claim that as a kid, you had magic powers. You could claim that you saw ghosts. You could claim that you bent spoons. You could claim all kinds of stuff. But what is this? Right? Seems sus as fuck. I agree. Sleep paralysis demon giving them nicknames. What the fuck? I didn't even hear the whole a Welshman that is a Celt. Not all Welsh people are Celts. Listen, we agree, but like, we're just going to give it to him because the nonsense is going to keep getting deeper and deeper. You see, Conway's the name of the actual author. It's his pseudonym. Yeah. So David Conway is the author and Colin is the guy who wrote the foreword, who wrote this section that we're reading right now. I know it's kind of hard to keep track of, and I'm sorry because I would also get a little discombobulated. I could put their names on the screen, but pretty soon the foreword's gonna be done. We're like a couple pages away from the end, and then Colin is fucking leaving. Goodbye. As my grandpa would say, the man's biscuit ain't done in the middle, for real. My earliest memory period is like from when I was 3 or 4. Which is a big teddy bear. That's all I remember. That's what I'm asking. Like, who is this memory coming from? Forward Colin Goon. Yes. playing bootleg Legos in the hallway, right? A baby would not be able to take, unless he's, like what's going on? Like, is he claiming to be a prodigy? I can't tell. And Colin, of course, just takes everything at face value and never elaborates. Yeah, I'm not convinced that Conway even said any of this. Oh my God. I have to believe that Colin is saying it because David Conway actually told him this, and that someone read this forward before it ended up getting published before the book. Because if David Conway read the forward and read words that he didn't fucking say in it and allowed them to continue to publish it, oh my God. One day, the local doctor called, and the boy described the old ladies. After that, his parents moved him to another bedroom. Years later, his parents told him the old ladies had once lived in the house 40 years earlier. One had died in the bedroom and the other had committed, who had died of suicide, apologized for the suicide mention, 3 months later. It smells so suspicious. Sorry, I should have given you guys a warning for the mention, but like, girl, what? And then he says that David gives an explanation for this, and that he says that there's like Donnie Darko like memory traces about the house, and that he picked up on it because when he was relaxed, his unconscious mind was susceptible to it, and he could translate them into real people. Now, okay, so you're probably wondering, does this even make sense as a thing that David Conway would say? And yes, this does actually make sense as a thing David Conway would claim based on what I have read about his theories about how things work, okay? But like, it's weird. Someone who as someone who is certified in child development, an average 4-year-old would not be functioning at that cognitive level. And that's like as generous as we can possibly be. That is us giving him as much benefit of the doubt as humanly possible. That the kid is 4 and has any clue what's going on. And this is another thing that drives me nuts that I'm not going to get into too much, but just giving babies adult brains. You know, like this is the same kind of logic that people who give like really harsh discipline to tiny little kids give. Your kid doesn't understand cause and effect. They're barely seeing things. Your 4-year-old is not remembering old ladies. And even if they were, which to be very clear, they definitely aren't, they're not remembering it in vivid detail as an adult. And remember too, like memory is not like tight like this, okay? It's not like VHS. Sorry, Zoomers. I'm so sorry. I don't want to confuse the Zoomers by talking about VHS tapes. It's not like an Instagram reel that you can just play over and over again. Every time you remember something, it like loses a little bit of its like fastness. Do you know what I mean? Because your brain just doesn't keep information in it like a computer does. So like, what's on? And this story I've seen nowhere else, but to be clear, maybe it is in David's other book. I'm not sure. I don't have his other book. So, hey, hi, Nana Lovebug, hi. How are you? Raiders, hello.
Nana_Lovebug is rating with 13 viewers.
How was art? We are reading this occult book and we are complaining, baby. Joe, thank you very much for the haul. You pulled a Hierophant. The Hierophant reminds you that sometimes you need a little bit of advice from somebody with a little bit more experience. Don't be afraid to go out there and ask for help if you need it because you deserve it. You really do. Thank you again. Mwah! Hello, hello. How was your stream? I hope it was good. I hope it was good. I'm behind on chat again. I'm behind on chat again. We're having a weird discussion about a weird man. So I hope you guys are excited for that. Oh, and I'm playing Plantasia in the background. This is the album that is supposed to help your plants grow. I saw it called and I had to do the follow. Thank you. Yeah, we're reviewing some occult texts as we speak. Let me give a big swig of my water. Thank you. Thank you for that. Nana, if you need to do some self-care, please do. Please do. But if you would like to hang out, you're very welcome to do that. Raiders, if you are interested in this weird magic book, I'm happy to take you through it because we're almost at the end of the forward here. And it's been painful. Thank you for the warm welcome. We are drawing some hair studies. Ooh, that's cool. And watching Sailor Moon. Pog, I love Sailor Moon. Sounds sick. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you. I'm so glad you're here. Where are we at? If toddlers experience hallucinations, it's possible for them to be aware. I mean, yeah, but like then they wouldn't be able to articulate them. And also something's not okay with them. But I hear you. Like it's possible that they could be having hallucinations. Like we could just be like, yeah, there are ghosts. Let's just do that. Raiders, we're talking about this guy. This forward is by a guy named Colin Wilson. And he's talking about the author of the rest of the book, whose name is David Conway. So Colin is describing a conversation that he had with the book author. Okay. And he's making a claim that the author of this book saw two old ladies who came into his bedroom and tickled him when he was a baby. And we're out here like, no. Like, so even if they are real ghosts, if we go all the way, they're real ghosts, no question asked, two old ladies, real ghosts. How is he remembering them? He's not. Obviously, he's Stewie. True. I don't remember that I want to mention that I have literally impossible memories. Like part of my brain believes I saw an actual Easter bunny or one swam underwater for 5 minutes without breathing. But I don't believe that actually happened. Yeah, I also have some very weird memories, and I also have big gaps in my memory that are missing. Wonder what caused that. What's that about, I wonder? Yeah, memory can be very weird and very squishy is the point. Agreed. But half my childhood memories vividly. Yeah. See, and like I can believe that too. But like, I don't know, they took him to the doctor and the doctor was like, move into a new room. Okay. So I was stuck in my head, like 3 memories from when I was in pre-K, but mainly because they've been brought through other segments in life. See? Well, and also sometimes your parents like describe a thing and you're like, oh yeah, I do remember that. I saw a cult and I had to follow. Thank you. Of course. Thank you. I forgot about my second burrito. Go get it. Get your burrito, girl. Just having a normal forward. Baby tickling. It's so... girl, I'm not thriving. Yeah, me and Amy just in the corner, like with some nachos, like, wow, I'm not examining this at all. It doesn't make me feel weird, and I'm sure it's not a problem. Uh-oh. Tony knows nothing about the topic, somehow still managed to pull something out of him. Talk about the, oh, yeah, right? I can't, don't even get me, I can't. Gigi Rose, thank you for the follow. You pulled the sun. The sun reminds you that even good things can be a little tiring. So be sure to take a nap. Thank you for the follow. David Conway is young Sheldon. He remembers everything. So, okay, well, let's continue, right? So we have this experience with these old ladies. He's like, oh, yeah, another self-care break. Okay. Delicious. Thank you. Big old sippy of water. So he's saying, oh, when I was a sleepy baby, I was like susceptible to remembering the Donnie Darko traces of the memories of the people who used to live in my house who died. Okay. And then Colin Wilson's like, that seems super legit. I've heard it before. Is to my mind highly plausible. Shocking. Colin, I'm shocked. Colin, I'm shocked that you believe it. Colin, you're such a skeptic, Colin. You spent this entire forward being so skeptical and doing so much research. I'm so impressed and shocked that you think that Colin Wilson's explanation of why he saw ghosts is highly plausible. Incredible. Screaming. Help me. I'm not defending this dude's bison. I'm just saying, side note, some brains. No, like, listen, again, it's just like the confluence of all these things together. The tickling, the women died in his house. He remembers it. It's ghosts. Here's how ghosts work. And everybody just being like, okay, right? Does he remember the experience? Is he telling a story? Is Colin Wilson talking to his parents? Like, did he write this down at any point ever? Like, these are all good questions. Imposter, these are excellent questions. Also, hi, Weeping Liberty. How you doing, baby? It's good to see you. I will defend every bison. I will not defend this dude's vision. I don't disagree with you. Everything about the way he wrote it is just, wow, girl. Hey, Weeping Liberty, thank you very much for follow. You pulled the Hierophant. The Hierophant reminds you that sometimes you need advice from somebody with more experience than you. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it. I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. Jared regurgitates everything he hears as fact. Literally, it drives me insane. Drives me crazy. Okay, so, and then we get this. And again, here's a good note for me, a quality note for me. What was I thinking when I read this? What are you talking about? 2 question marks. In this case, I do not feel that it fits. Okay, so he doesn't like Colin's description of the ghosts, which is that there are memory traces in the house left by the ladies and he picked it up because he was relaxed. He doesn't like it. He says it's highly plausible, but he doesn't think it fits. And then he just speculates. Wow, Colin, thank you so much for speculating about this guy's account of his lived experience. You sat down with this man and he told you what he thought literally happened to him as a baby, which is, to be clear, extremely suspect. But instead of asking any probing questions about the old ladies who tickled him in his bed when he was a baby, you are going to speculate wildly on the validity of his magical theory about how he heard the ghosts. Great. Let's go. Let's go together. I get the feeling that Mr. Conway is leaning over backwards, trying to sound logical, when it might be better to acknowledge that this is one of those matters that at the moment we cannot even begin to explain. Wow. Thank you. David Conway, who you described at the beginning of this forward, might I add, okay, as a genuine magician who wrote one of the best introductions to magic, who you consider to be a highly technical magical scholar, okay, who told you his interpretation of his lived experience, you're just going to be like, nah, I think probably nobody knows what it is. Okay, you know what? Okay. This is the part of the Twitter thread where I just go, okay, no punctuation, and I walk out. That's what I'm doing right now. This is me in the Twitter thread. This is me on Reddit in the comments arguing with me and just being like, okay. What am I supposed to say about this? Oh my God. Literally dying and killing me. Colin is giving me Ed and Lorraine Warren vibes. Ugh. Leaning over backwards to try to sound logical. Projecting much? Girl, literally. Write that on my tombstone. projecting much. I died. Close the door and walk away. Yeah, literally. In order to understand David Conway, it's necessary to accept there are certain human beings who, from their earliest days, have strong sense that the solid and physical world is only half of the story. And then he lists a bunch of people who are magic. He just goes on a little tirade. And he's just like, yeah, he's a Welshman and he's just magic. And he says, yeah, all these dudes were just magic, but they're too skeptical to realize it. Colin Wilson is so desperate, desperate to be special. And this is like, again, a thing we see over and over and over. What the Western cult tradition is obsessed with taking everything that any person on earth has ever said and turning it into being about you. You're special, you're magic, you figured it out. And Colin Wilson is so desperate to cling to this idea that exceptionalism is true and that he can be better than other people because he can figure out magic, that he is going to project that desire onto David Conway and say, no, he must be special. He must be born magical. Something innate about himself must be better than other people and more capable of seeing other things. And even David is trying to deny this. Even David Conway is trying desperately to give him some kind of explanation for why this stuff works, because that's literally why he's here, and he's rejecting it in the last page of his foreword, the second to last page of his foreword. Okay, bestie, what the fuck? Yeah, he's giving off collector vibes. Like, oh yeah, I know what everybody's up. I'm taking their special shit. You know, I'm putting everybody in jars. I'm categorizing them. And I'm putting them in so that I'm labeling them all how special they are. So that when I die and I'm special, they'll put my jar next to theirs. Okay, good luck, pal. Good luck. So then we talk more about David's like past, which I appreciate because I still don't know anything about him really, except for that he saw a ghost when he was a baby. Okay, fine. And he starts talking about how there are many aspects of the supernatural that are taken for granted. You know what I mean? And he talks about how this like farmer that he knew would like make tinctures and like, you know, different magical juices and like teas and incense and stuff. And he would sell it or like give it away. I don't know. I don't want to claim that he was like selling it, but you know, he would do this service for the people in this teeny tiny little Welsh town, right? A tiny remote district of Wales, right? Where, of course, it is more magical. Of course, in remote, tiny little towns in Wales, it's just more magical in that specific place. Great. Thank you, Colin, for that. That's very helpful information. And, you know, the guys apparently... So let's make a list here. Let's see. So he's doing charms. We're doing dowsing. You know, we're doing pendulum stuff, right? And apparently, when David Conway was 4, they took him to see a farmer named Mr. James of Plinimon, who made herbal remedies and dispensed them throughout the district. And the note I wrote was, your name? Secret. This farmer? Doxed. Put him on blast. So now we know the name of the farmer, who doesn't exist online as far as I can tell. I mean, this is presumably quite a while ago. But also, he was 4? Speaking of Badger mentioning like child development and psychology, he was 4 and you took him to a farmer. He was making herbal remedies that worked. Okay, listen, pal. Herbal remedies do work. Many herbal remedies are real. So that's like not Shocking. And apparently from this point, when David Conway is 4, Mr. James taught him about herbal law and has since written a book about it. Okay. I can't find the book. If anybody finds the book, let me know. At the age of 7, he found an adult reader's ticket to the local library, which had a fairly good occult section. What? Thank you very much for the follow, Messa. Thank you very much for the follow. You pulled strength. Strength reminds you that you are strong. Thank you for the follow. Aromatherapy did numbers for my night terrors as a kid, but I didn't learn about it at 4. Yeah, like there's all kinds of shit that you can do that is not just like taking ibuprofen. And like there are lots of completely explainable reasons why it works. It's like easy to figure. We know the reasons they work. So it's not that herbs are magic. It's that herbs contain things that are like helpful to your tummy. Like ginger isn't magic. It just works for real for like measurable reasons. But like, go off, sis. I don't know how odd it is that the herbal remedies worked. Nice of Mr. James of Plinimon to explain it in such detail. So, and what, so when he's 7, so is he making, we're assuming the only explanation I can come up with is that David is claiming this, that David is claiming that when he was 7, he went to the library with an adult reader's ticket, went to the occult section in a tiny Welsh town and started reading. Okay. Yeah, I think his autobiography must explain it in more detail, and maybe I'll read it after I finish this one. I don't know. I don't know what the next book we're going to do after this is. I'm going to try to keep it to stuff that makes like has like practical like instructions for doing magic and shit like that. Oh, it's the magic of herbs, and he goes into the herbs. Okay, that might be more my speed then. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, he wrote several books. Like David Conway has a bunch of books. So this guy, James, like remains his like top teacher, but he also reads a bunch of occult books. Okay. He learns white magic. I am not getting into debate about white and black magic here, but just suffice to say that there is contention among witches, thieves, occultists, maguses, and various types of magical sorts of people about what counts as white magic and what counts as black magic. And insofar as these distinctions even matter at all, but whatever. He learns white magic. Somebody persuades him to write a book about the Welsh farmer that makes this hilarious little joke about how it would be way more accurate and full of way more true facts than Don Juan. Oh my God. Okay. I mean, I hope it would be if he was writing it from a place of telling true facts, but okay. He says he's very lucky that he met this guy. You know what I mean? And then he sort of makes this like weird claim, okay, about like, you know, like he does this thing that a lot of adults do where they're like, oh my God, but when you stop being a kid, you stop being as magical because you stop being as imaginative. You start to like become like jaded and shit. And so he basically says that he loses interest and just stops doing magic for a while until he goes to college. He goes into himself a little bit. He got to bring it back around to me, right? So, you know, my grandparent, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, he essentially says that in his early like 20s or so, oh, here we go. In his early magical training, though his early magical training provided him with a solid foundation, and in his early 30s, David Conway decided that he would try to do what no one seemed to have attempted, which is write about magic from the point of view of an objective observer and a believer. Okay, so he's in college, he's in his early 30s, he's writing this book that we're talking about right now. I cannot describe to you how many random occult texts attempt to like explain how magic works in the most vague and disconnected way possible. Even Crowley was doing shit like this. So this is just a non-accurate statement. I mean, I would say that this book that David's writing is in fact pretty approachable and not nearly as annoying as some of the other occult texts I've read, but like, it's just not true that no one had ever tried to do it before. But of course, Colin doesn't care about that. You know what? At this point, neither do I. Can I find anything on James of Plinimon? No matter how I put it into the search bar, not surprised at all. I couldn't find anything either. I'm stuck on the Don Juan thing, like, question marks. Hey, thank you very much for the sub, Imposter. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. I hope you're enjoying your time here, and I hope you enjoy your Wigglers. Wigglers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, you know. And then, of course, we cannot exit the forward without Colin Wilson bringing it all the way back around, baby. Do I actually believe in magic? Colin, I couldn't possibly guess. Please let me know. I believe that man has two wills. The left brain and the right brain. Okay. Magical disciplines must be seen as an attempt to teach the right will, which some occultists prefer to call the true will, how to discipline its own forces. So there are two wills inside of you. One wants to do anything it wants and it's magic. The other one doesn't want to do anything it wants and it's not magic. And you don't know what the magic one is doing. Magic is real and you just have to like discipline and also release yourself. Okay. Obviously, this guy believes everything he's ever read. Literally, this whole forward has, you've got demons in your blood. Here are some leeches vibes. I agree. He goes on to say that there's some good shit in this book and that Conway's going to get into it. And yeah, he does go into like the visualization section and we are going to talk about visualization. But here I literally drew a red flag and you will see a couple of times in this book. Not super often. But I do, in fact, literally draw a red flag when there is a huge fucking red flag. So we're just going to read it. It underlines the important point that the only certain way of calling upon the forces of the right hemisphere is through the use of controlled imagination. Okay. If anyone wishes to take this as an admission that the whole subject is moonshine, neither I or Conway will be in the least bothered. This book is plainly not for them. If you don't think magic is real, don't even read the book. Because you won't get it. You hear that, chat? Colin wants to make it very clear that in order to get magic to work, you have to be 6 foot deep already. What does, oh, he means moonshine is in like garbage. When he says moonshine, he means like if you think that it's like stupid and dumb and doesn't make sense. Yeah. Like moonshine, he's making an allegory to like moonshine being alcohol that makes you act crazy because it's so high in alcohol. So if you think something is moonshine, you think it's fully fake. Yeah. So what he's saying is, if you think magic is fake, don't read the book. That's it. That's his whole explanation. That's the end of the foreword. There is a long tradition of magicians insisting that the only way that you can get good at magic and understand it even a little bit is to spend minimum 7 years of your life for the right to take an initiation. Right? And this is the thing, right? This is how it is. You work on it and you work on it and you work on it for years and years and years. You follow all of their very detailed instructions, okay? You do everything you possibly can. And then you're so deep in it that it's too late for you to question anything. And they turn people back. A classic I'm not saying these are scammers. Okay, I'm not saying they're scammers. I think they believe it, okay, for what it's worth. But a classic tactic among the scanners is to literally turn people away who are skeptical. Scam emails have typos intentionally, so that if you are the kind of person who cares about the typos, you don't even get past the first couple words, right? And so you spend all this time digging yourself, okay, into a little esoteric hole, reading and reading and reading, super dense. Kabbalah is so dense and it's so difficult to read. And you study it and study and study it. And then after that, if it doesn't work, they just turn around and they tell you, you're not trying hard enough. You're not pure enough. You didn't do the right rites. You're not doing the right rituals. You're not drawing your circles properly. Something you're doing is wrong. Because at the end of the day, for a lot of this stuff, believing is the core thing that makes it work. And this is the red flag, right? This is the red flag. If you go to a religion and they tell you that you need to do a whole bunch of detailed, expensive, and like time-consuming rituals and ceremonies to even know what they believe, they are filtering you so that they can get only the people who believe it enough to the point where they actually spring a trap. Do you know what I mean? And listen, I said it before. I want the magic to be real, okay? I want the world to be changed. I want there to be deeper truths. I want to understand. But this is the worst argument he's made this entire book. And it's not even, like, he's not even made any real arguments. He just literally said, walk off then if you don't like me. Okay, Colin, I don't fucking like you. Oh, man. And that is the foreword. Oh, murdered. Very cute of me to think that we were going to play Minecraft after this, to be honest. If you think magic is fake, turn 360 degrees and walk out the door, literally. Moonshine is dangerous. I drank a quarter jar and it was so far gone. Yeah, I will fuck you up. That's true. But I can believe in magic and still call this book tripe, right? You sure can. At least this first part, definitely. Thought it was more along the lines of like being non-tangible. I suppose it makes more sense. That's how I've interpreted it. And I do think that this is what he means. And he goes on to say, right, those of a more inquiring turn of the mind may care to ponder why the word moonshine is so often a synonym for imagination. Okay, pal. The answer will provide them with a good introductory insight into the world of the paranormal. Will it? If I drink some moonshine, I will definitely be more ready to see ghosts. That's a fact. I believe in supernatural and spiritual things, not necessarily magic, because it's different. And I'm not saying so. I mean, that's extremely valid. Lots of people believe lots of stuff and they don't do this shit. I want to see this guy debate Bill Nye. He did. But it would be funny. With how much he went back on himself, you think he was gone backward. A very opinion. No, you're valid. Like, I hear you, right? Argued with the magician once who argued that, who was adamant that magic is supernatural. Magic is a construct. Magic is a description for a system. And like, there are multiple systems that you could call magic, but like the idea that magic is just like, poof, things appear. Like anybody who actually is thinking about magic in a critical way doesn't think it's that. The whole have you believe thing gets me because you actually study, you know, the supernatural things don't give a shit. I mean, they're not supposed to. He's doing the psychedelic thing. I mean, I hope he's taking LSD because that would make a lot more sense to me. Extra dimensional. Magic is the way of the wise lady. I mean, magic is a lot of stuff. Asking whether magic works is misguided, in my opinion. Right? Like saying, like, this is, I think, there's a lot of discussion to be had here. But like, at the end of the day, we can agree. The Colin is full of shit. That he's made a bunch of stuff up, that he's insisted a bunch of stuff that doesn't make any sense, that he's made a bunch of claims that he can't back up, and that I don't like him. Mechanical Pencil, thank you very much for the follow. You pulled Judgment. Judgment reminds you that sometimes people don't know what they're talking about, and then you don't have to listen to them. So don't let people get you down. Thank you again for the follow. He's saying that if you really have to see the world as if it is you're on LSD. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have to be willing. You have to like open yourself and be ready to like imagine. I do think that's part of what he's trying to say. Feels like a web that, due to things that you do, changes where the strings go. Coming from someone who knows nothing about magic. Oh, okay. Changes where the strings lead, not go. Gotcha. I think, there are a couple of different words. I think there's a couple of different ideas that are captured by the word magic. I think one is ritual magic, which is what Wiccans are up to, and a lot of like people who would consider themselves a witch, but not necessarily Wiccan, right? People who are doing specific structured activities designed to get some sort of spiritual, cultural, religious, emotional fulfillment, right? So like a witch who is doing like a burning pot is not necessarily doing it because it's going to have like a tangible and specific effect on the world. Like she's doing it because it's part of her connection to the world and to her place in the world, right? And she's exploring her expression of the meaning of existence and the meaning of the world around her as part of this like ritual experience, right? Then there are like, there's magic as in like a common man colloquial understanding of magic, as in anything that I cannot explain. A teacup goes missing, a dude appears from nowhere, the kind of magic you see in a movie, right? Teleportation, poof, he appears, magic. Then there's also like a structured magic that is spell doing, sigil crafting, that kind of thing. It can involve ritual, but there's like a specific outcome intended to be invoked. And there's like a specific magical, like occult idea of how that process happens, right? So like when you draw a sigil, there's a magic, occult, esoteric explanation for how that sigil is working on the world around you in order to manifest the thing that you're trying to get, right? And so that can manifest sometimes as like doing stuff with candles, doing divination, that sort of stuff. And then there is the idea of like what I would say is more similar to like a chaos magic idea, which is that all of the threads in the universe are connected, that many things affect many other things, and that if you can sort of learn to see those connections, you can pull on the right things now so that something happens the way you want it later, right? It's a little bit more abstract, similar to like a butterfly effect thing. Yeah, it comes from a specific, like chaos magic is a specific tradition, which is own thoughts, ideas, and explanations. But like I would say some people have a more vague, like high level idea of chaos magic. And that's the sort of like pulling threads, being in the right place at the right time, saying the right words to the right guy type of stuff. Right. Yeah. So I would say like all of these are included in the word magic, but I think sometimes when we say, does magic work? Is magic real? And we talk to each other about magic, those different ideas get conflated a little bit, and it can be difficult to boil down specifically what we're talking about. Yeah. So I would say it is a nice idea that magic is just things that we don't understand, but like, things that we don't understand still fall under the purview of like study. There's still evidence for things we don't understand. And I would say that kind of leads you to a more scientific place, in my opinion. Of course, that's not like objectively true, but I would say like, it's not necessary that magic is something that we just don't understand. Right. And I would say that even for like things that fit into the sort of like paranormal place, I would say like even like ghosts and things, people are still curious about it, right? They're trying to figure it all out. So yeah, so I would say all of these things are valid and they have their place. And depending on your connection with those ideas and like your own spiritual beliefs, you might have a different relationship to each of those things. But yeah, I'd say if we want to have a conversation about what magic is and whether it works, I think that is sort of a foundational thing to talk about. Okay, that's my TED Talk. Now I have a sippy. Thank you, Patrick. Okay, I'm gonna catch back up on chat. That kind of stuff, I don't know if there's a word for it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Amy. Like that he is saying that like you need to have this like imaginative state of mind. You have to be like open, if that makes sense. I think that's a valid way to interpret it. Magic feels like a web. We talked about this a little bit. Believe it or not believing will determine whether or not paranormal things exist. Sure. I think if it's part of your spiritual tradition, that's I think a logical way to approach it, right? Like if there are gods, the gods don't care if you think of them or not, right? About to put ritual in that message, but it felt like it wouldn't encompass the whole word of magic, only a segment of it. Yeah, I think that's valid. My mom is an Italian witch. She does the magic thing, magic with a K. And I'm pagan. I mostly do prayers and bond with my goddess. Yeah, and like whether or not you count either, like whether or not you count just like connecting with the goddesses and doing prayers and doing that kind of ritual as magic, I wouldn't necessarily fit it under that, right? But like for some people, that's how they describe it. And like I think what's nice about Wiccan and pagan traditions and like these sort of non-traditional, more modern spiritual practices is that you can kind of just decide how you feel about it on your own and nobody else can get into your fun gig. I mean, as long as you're not going around telling people to put cinnamon oil on their face, I'm Gucci. Right? My understanding is that if you can follow a step-by-step guide to achieve something tangible, like shooting fire, it's not magic, that's science. I would agree. I would agree to a certain extent. I would say that there are magical rituals. Okay, so like, do you remember earlier in the foreword where they were talking about this farmer guy and they were saying that he does this like herbal thing, right? And that he taught herbal law. Like herbal law is a real tradition, and making herbal remedies is a real thing that people have done and people do. And some of that comes from a cultural perspective. Some of it comes from a spiritual and religious perspective. But at the end of the day, like we do know how the herbs work, right? Like we know what they're doing and we know how to test them to see what they'll do in the future. And we know like why these recipes work. I would say that preparing herbal remedies can still be magic, even though we understand well how they work, right? And it depends on how you're engaging with them and what your perspective on it is that makes it a magical thing that you're doing or like a purely secular thing you're doing, right? And I would say like if you're a secular person who doesn't engage with like pagan religion, for example, and you go to like a summer solstice thing and you like do the bonfire thing and you're participating in the ritual, that ritual can be considered magical to the people who are there. And for you as a secular person, you can just be participating for fun. And it's not a magical experience for you. Does that make sense? Magic as a construct is something people have been using to capitalize off people's fascination with paranormal. Yeah, there's definitely a predatory element to that. That's how I view it. That's valid. We talked about the butterfly effect. Oh, so you do magic? I'm like, no, stop. It feels diminishing to me. I mean, that's, I think some people, when they say magic, they do mean it in like, oh, you do magic. Like, haha, you're playing pretend. But I also think that how people feel about it changes, right? If for you, it feels dumb and like people are talking down to you, then that's valid. When I think of magic, I think more of personal meditative experience that you use to better understand yourself in the world around you. It's a personal change, not tangible in the world. That's valid perspective, I think. Thanks for explaining. Yes. Yeah. I think that covers everything. Sorry, I'm so verbose. I hope that I'm not confusing Because I feel like sometimes I talk myself in a circle trying to make myself clear. And then I get to the end of the circle and I'm like, did that make sense? But it didn't. Yeah. Okay. So this is a YouTube video. So I'm going to do a little outro. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. This has been the foreword to Magic and Occult Primer. The foreword was written by Colin Wilson. My primary criticism of the foreword and the way it was written was Colin Wilson's just like willingness to say literally anything and back it up with absolutely nothing. I think that he has some very reductive ideas about the traditions of people who are not from the places that he is from. I think he is a little fetishizing of indigenous people and indigenous culture, which I do not like. And I think that he just believes every fucking thing everybody says to him. And I really don't like that either. I think his writing style is approachable in that it is readable in common English, but I do not like how loose and unedited it feels. His book, The Occult, is definitely worse. It definitely feels like stream of consciousness. But, you know, I would really appreciate it if he could get it together a little bit. You know, if he's going to try to make claims. I really am baffled in particular by his description of his conversation with David Conway. And it does make me a little bit want to understand David Conway's own perspective on his lived experience, because Colin just decided that a bunch of things that David said weren't real for no reason. And not the stuff that you would assume he should be skeptical of. Stuff like whether or not the way he saw ghosts is by being like, open to the astral plane or whatever the fuck. So yeah, that's what's up in general. The next section of this book is there's an introduction, and then there are the first couple chapters. Let me go to the table of contents. Okay, so after the foreword and the introduction, we get into magical theory and how it relates to natural law, which in this case relates to scientific law. He talks about like the universe, the world, the earth, the different realms, different planes of existence. And then he talks about the beginning of magical training and doing actual ritual. And yes, in fact, your boy is going to give specific and detailed instructions on how to do real actual rituals. So stoked for that. There is in the first chapter, he is going to talk. Yeah, bad bitch. Hashtag slay. He is going to talk about necromancy. He's going to talk about evolution. It's going to be munkers. And despite the fact that I do have several notes for citations, he does in fact give some citations and he writes some footnotes. Thank God for that. So if you are interested in seeing more of this book, please let me know. And I look forward to talking to you about it again soon. And if you're in chat right now, please feel free to say hello to YouTube. Hi, YouTube. I stream on twitch.tv. Right? It's weird, because I'm streaming on twitch.tv now, but I'm recording it. So later I won't be, and then you'll see this. But I do stream there on youtube.com. So yeah, come see me on Twitch. And then you can also be here when I go on a total stun lock about like Storm from X-Men for 2 hours. All right. And that's that on that. Okay, I'm back. I'm back to being normal. Yeah, those are my feelings. So I'll go back through chat. I'm high, and you're not so confusing I can't understand. Yeah, I think we're picking up what you're putting down, Soup. I think you're super valid for that. If you want to call me do magic, cool. Make yourself happy. I personally hate the term. That's valid. You're providing some interesting viewpoints. And I do appreciate it. It is interesting because I think for a lot of like you know, people who are doing like pagan stuff, like who would consider themselves Wiccan, for example. I think saying that they do magic is like a point of pride. So it's interesting to hear from people who are kind of annoyed by it. And I do agree. I think there's a really predatory aspect to like demanding that it's magic and that you learn how to do it. You know what I mean? Because I think a lot of people, yeah. I think in general, I don't see a lot of pagans who deride the term magic, but I think it also has to do with context and tone, right? Because I have seen people go up to Wiccans and stuff and they're just like, oh, so you're doing like little magic, you're doing like little magic tricks. And it's like, wow, this is a complicated spiritual tradition with a lot of history, and I'm engaging with it on my own so that I can self-heal and take care of myself emotionally and spiritually. And you being like, oh, you do little magic tricks makes you sound like a huge piece of shit. Thanks for asking. As someone who has no idea about any magic or Wiccan, I think Wiccan with 2 C's. Hopefully I'm using that term right and spelling it right. You're doing good. Everybody's picking up what you're putting down, I think. It's being explained well to the point where I want to learn more about it. Chaos magic. Chaos magic is really interesting. And so is dualism. There's like some stuff in there that I don't love, but you know what? It's your practice. Pick up what you like and leave what you don't. That's the tea. Perfectly fine. Didn't sound rude or harmful at all. Appreciate it. Everybody saying hi to YouTube. Yes, baby. Been locked here for 10 years. Back in the hole. I don't do the magic. I beg my goddesses to do the magic. And then they give me 50 cents. That's very generous of them. I've asked for goddesses for a lot of stuff. Many different goddesses for many different things. And usually they're like, go to the fridge and make yourself a bagel if you really want, bitch. I'm not here for that. But to be fair, I'm not good to them, TM. I don't do my rituals and shit. I don't have an altar in my house. Did you know that? I just have a bookshelf of shitty occult books. I have a bookshelf full of phrenology, palm reading, and garbage. Oh, do you guys want to hear? Oh, we got a book. Hold on. I got to tell you what I got. Hold on. Let me go get it. Found it. You guys, we went to the thrift and look what I got for my shitty bookshelf full of a garbage. I didn't say hi to YouTube because my cat was in the room. Nah, that's valid. Kitty is number one. I got a huge bass altar. Oh, is that right? That sounds cool. And an altar for my other goddesses too. I had an altar in one of the houses I lived in, and I never made another one. I'm not a very good witch, to be honest. I guess I would consider myself a magician because I have a disgusting book collection full of terrible, awful books, but it is what it is. Okay, so I have a Christian evangelistic comic that I found in my purse that I bought. It's one of these chick publications ones, the like chick flit, I think it's like a chicklet is what it's called. And this guy made them like ages ago, and then they just keep republishing it. So this one's called A Love Story. The chick tracks, yes, I have it. But he wanted to throw it out. Oh, it's so bad. Living for it. So I have this, keeping it. I want to collect them. If I find more of them, I'll let you guys know. But it was so organic. I was like, damn, someone, you know what? It's one W is that someone left this for me. Because they were thinking of me as a stranger, and they were like, that bitch needs Jesus. I don't, but very kind of them to think of me. Oh, it's hideous. It's absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely terrible. You want to hear the first part of it? Who gave you life? Jesus did. Who created the world for you to live on? Jesus did. Okay. Who knows everything you've ever said or ever thought in your heart? Jesus does. Who knows how lonely and scared you are? Jesus does. Girl, calm down. Oh my God. Yeah, they do be like that though. What's the necklace you're wearing? Feels like some significance. Oh, on my model? That's just the eyeball, baby. That's just the eyeball. I asked my artist for there to be eyeballs. And she did this. I like it because I think I had a reference on my like Pinterest board We all hate, all my homies hate Pinterest. But I had one that was like one of those, like, you know, when you see like a black auntie and she's like wearing her best shit and she's wearing like one of those really thick gold chain that's like all linked up really close together. So it's like smooth, like a snake. That's what I wanted. So that's what we got. I have one altar in the kitchen, holds my rocks for my deity, an occasional cup of alcohol. That's very kind. Leave a little treat. Yeah, I never leave treats, so they don't give me anything. What do I expect, to be honest? That's what I expect. I give nothing, I get nothing. That's the tea. My practices involve keeping a lot of balance. The only commercialized practice I do is tarot. Man, it's funny how people act about tarot sometimes, and it is so like Hasbro Ouija board, buy this because it looks cool. And I love collecting tarot decks. Like, I love me a new tarot deck or an old one. We love a vintage tarot deck, which is like weird art on it. But like, girl, how many do you need? Speaking to myself in this case. We trade Chick Tracks around my private school, like trading cards for shits and gigs. They're so funny. It's so intense. Try to be careful of things I do in my practice, not things that I, otherwise a white person, do not have permission to do. Yes, because there are a lot of traditions that are borrowed would be very generous. But, you know, all you can do is your best. I do want to say, like, I don't like going after people and be like, you can't use white sage. It's like, you shouldn't. But, like, I'm trying to listen. I don't think people are trying to do bad things. So I'm just trying to be cool. I'm not mad at people for buying white sage. I'm mad at smudge shops for selling it. That's a conversation for another day. No, my guide does. Oh, yeah. Chick Tracks, Dungeons and Dragons movie is pretty funny. Oh, yeah. Is Jesus God now? Girl, you're not up with the tea. Thank you, Oxenal. Thank you very much for the follow. You pulled the tower. The tower reminds you that sometimes changes are sudden and scary, but you are strong and you are capable. And sometimes when things are sudden and scary, there are opportunities waiting for you. So just be careful. It's going to be okay. Don't panic. Thank you again for the follow. What's the title of this one? A love story. A love story. Thanks for clarifying. No problem. It's on him tuning in. It's not my fault that I'm me a creeper, right? Why do you want to know what I'm thinking? A lot of white neo-pagans.
Hope everyone has a great and blessed day.
Culture. You right. Have a great and blessed day. Well, thank you. We're trying to have a blessed day out here, doing our best. Question to those who have altars. What happens to edible gifts? You leave them out. You leave them out for a little while, and then I think sometimes people burn them, but I think you just get rid of it and then replace it, usually. Same with like some cultures do that, like with like I think in Buddhism sometimes you like orange things. I usually see people just get rid of it and they replace it. I have seen people eat it actually too. Yeah. Did the card reading get axed? Oh, it might not be up because I turn it off for Elden Ring and then I usually forgore. I'm sorry. There is still a card redeem, but I just don't have it on right now. Once my mom, who has zero research in magical practice, told my sis to use white sage to cleanse her apartment. And I was like, listen, are you evil for touching it? No, but like you just use regular sage. Why is it we just use regular sage? The regular sage is fine. You know what? Who was asking? Somebody was like, oh, how should I clean my house? Just clean it. That's a really good one. You could sweep or like burn a nice candle that smells good. You know, usually get rid of it after a day. There you have it. The only reason my brother does these things is because of my native aunt who married into our family and she learned from a shaman. There you have it. I mean, again, like, I don't think people are bad. I think people usually have good intentions, but you just got to be careful. You know, I don't have an altar, but I do have little fairy gourds. Oh, that sounds adorable. Put little snacks or gifts in them. Check to see if they've been taken or if they've been ignored. That's a lame Chick Tracks. Bangers are the homophobic ones. I know, but I got what I got, you know? You the luck of the draw. Well, clarify, the movie has a lot of problems. Oh, trust and believe. I know. Thanks for explaining. Of course, we're happy. We're all here learning together as a family. Not drinking a tiny tip of wine I left out the other day. It can go in the sink. Yeah. You leave it. They come. They take what they want. They don't take what they don't want. You know, it's about the gesture. You know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, people with altars, let me know if you feel like this is accurate. But I feel like the point is that you're just like, here is a thing I'm giving to you. And I could eat this orange, but now you have it. instead. There you have it. I'll wait till next stream. I don't want to interrupt your flow. It's all good. I appreciate you, Oddly Molly. I hope you're doing good. Don't even need sage. Yeah. Salt water. Like, you just sweep. Just like dust. I don't know. You want to cleanse yourself? Just clean your body. That's all it is. You know what I mean? What's the difference between white sage and sage? I think Badger answered this question well, so I'll read her answer. Not going to consume the melted Harshi's kiss. I think some people imagine that like it would be disrespectful to eat it or give it away. But like if they didn't take it, they didn't take it. White sage is a type of sage used traditionally by Native American people. There are many other types of sage, but a lot of people started using white sage specifically, and it made it harder for Native Americans to acquire it for the ingredients they need for whatever they want to do with it. And also white sage is like, I don't know, it's just if you over farm something, if you over collect it, it's not good either, right? So like, you know, you just don't need the white sage. It's just, I think that smudge shops started carrying it because it's aesthetic. Like it looks prettier because it's like a little bit lighter in color. And like you make a smudge stick, right? So you like bundle it up tightly and then you would set it on fire, right? So I think they started carrying it because it's like pretty looking and because it sounds rare, but like you just don't need it. So why? Yeah. Berries, and if you don't want it, then it can go in the garbage. Agree. Use mar and champa for cleansing. Myrrh. Use myrrh and neng champa. Incense just better for an energy thing. Yeah, it depends on what you want to do. But I feel like for people who are just getting started too, it's like, why get complicated? If you feel bad vibes in your house, tidy up, put on a nice candle, play some music, you know, water your plants. Maybe that'll help. Y'all, there's just a little space in my house designated for my deity, like brownies and folklore. Thanks. Yes. It's an endangered species. That's true. White sage is, if I remember correctly, still an endangered plant due to immense commercialization. Man, they sell a lot of it. Why use normal sage for food? Especially Suriname dishes. Oh, yeah. I do eat a lot of sage. That's true. My gourds are outside, and our weather is humid and hot. So everything's getting melty. For sage, I really need it. I use Mexican sage my friend gets when we visit Mexico. No need to be complicated. Tons of options. I mean, you could just grow it also. You could just like grow a sage. Sorry. For those of you who are not, this white sage thing actually though is like the bitches are losing it. Some of the girls are like, if you use white sage, you deserve to die. You're literally killing indigenous people. How could you do that? Other bitches are like, I can use white sage. I can buy it in the store. It's the only thing that works. And if you use anything else, you can't possibly cleanse your house. And it's like, both of you are wrong. There are lots of good reasons to not use white sage. And most of them have to do with weird fetishization of Native American people and the fact that it's endangered. But also, why the fuck would it be the only thing that works? That makes no sense. And the Tumblr girlies are sweating up a storm because they love to argue. It's the same as people who are like, you can't hang a dream catcher anywhere for any reason. And it's like, why would indigenous people, why would Native American people sell dream catchers if you can't put them in your house? But at the same time, yes, buying the cheapest possible dream catcher off of Amazon, hanging it in your bedroom and being like, it catches my nightmares for me, is cringe. You don't know what the fuck. Bitches everybody needs to calm fuck down. Makes zero sense. Many other cultures use methods, not only thing that works, literally. If I want to bless my house, I just pop one of the scent melts I picked up at Walmart in my wax melter. Literally. Just like create a good chill environment, like vibes. It's the vibes, baby. Do a little green lighting blessing. The main fae follows her husband. She deserves just as much respect. I agree. How do the dream catchers even work? I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not Native American, so I don't really know what they're really even supposed to do. Like, I think they are actually supposed to catch dreams and, like, it's supposed to like be a web where like your memories and your dreams are like caught in, right? It's supposed to be like one of those things where you keep it in your house for a long time and it sort of like collects your vibes, is my understanding. I might be wrong. But also, they just look cool. Once made my own dream catcher. Extremely valid and also sounds cool. It is a fun craft, actually. I have done that before. Also, high chaotic. Chronic kitty. Hello. Intention is where the bitches are at, for real. It's the only magic I did. Put a rune tag under my pillow. Works the same. There you have it. Depends on the lore. True. I don't know enough about it to tell you. There are a lot of resources. True. Yeah, I don't have the tea. But yeah, there's also like, again, like with the rune thing, like there's a bunch of other traditions to do a similar thing. Anyway, you guys want to hear about my shitty books I got at the thrift store? Okay, so I got my Chick Track. We love it. And then I got Crystal Enlightenment, the transforming properties of crystals and healing stones. And it's got this crazy picture of a dude, and he's laying down, and this lady put rocks all over him. A comprehensive, easy to understand guide to the use of crystals and gems for internal growth, healing, and balance in your daily life. Oh, bitch. Here, should I turn it to a random page and read the section? Okay. A fluorite octahedron layout. Done with 7 fluorite octahedrons. 3 larger and 4 smaller, preferably of equal size. Place one of the larger ones in the center of the hairline. Oh, and the base towards the eyebrows. Place 2 of the smaller octahedrons on either of each eyebrow. Triangles pointing towards the larger octahedron in the center of the forehead. Place another large one at the throat. Allow the stones to remain in these positions for at least 11 minutes. Okay. While the receiver breathes deeply and tries to calm the mind by releasing each thought as it enters. This layout is designed to channel and ground cosmic energy into the creative centers of the human body. Okay, bitch. If you say so. 11 is very specific. At least 11 minutes. Just so happened to get mine from Cherokee Family, who makes handmade soaps. I love a handmade soap. Hi, MrsMothmom. Just wanted to pop in before I go to Ajon's stream. Okay, hello. Maybe I'll see you there, baby. Thank you for visiting. It's beautiful to have you. You guys, I've been making friends with Ajon. And by that, I mean we talked about boobs for 45 minutes yesterday. I have a question if you don't mind. How do you read tarot without showing your real face using your model? I use a tabletop simulator. Sometimes I just like shuffle the cards in front of me in real life and I just read them and nobody sees them. But I also use Tabletop Simulator. And yeah, I have it set up so the table's like green screen green. And then I use a filter in OBS to filter out the green screen and just the cards show up. They're like floating near me. I used to have an insane system. Where I would literally bring in individual pictures of the cards. Oh my God. But now that's how I did No Shame's Celtic Cross. Oh my God. But now I just use Tabletop Simulator. There's also inside Tabletop Simulator. Okay. So before I was doing the green screen thing, I was using just like, there's like a tarot table setup that you can just download from the workshop. And I would just bring it in as a browser source. So it was like a table and then you could like click the tarot card deck and it would do a bunch of spreads for you automatically. Very handy. And it looks cool. It's like in space and stuff. It's very nice. Yeah, I hope that helps, Chronic Kitty. If you want more information, if you join my Discord server, there's a streamer help section, and I would be more than happy to help you with any technical problems you have with it. Yeah. And if you're like wondering about like how I do the follow alerts and stuff, there's a bunch of information about that too. Second time I've let my breed go eat. Just inhale it right in front of the microwave. I love your VTuber model. Thank you. Okay. The second book I got is called Myths, Dreams, and Mysteries. It's got a weird cover. Okay. And this is the back. It's in quotes. Okay. The author's purpose is to interpret and to ease an encounter which history has made inevitable. Okay. The encounter between contemporary face and the archaic realities. Let's do it. Let's go to a random page. So this one is from... Where is it from? Like, how old is this book that I'm holding in my hands? 1957. Oh, that's the copyright. Edition published in 1967. Yeah, there you have it. 1967, baby. So this is an old one. Random page. The mastery of fire is attested together with other shamanic marvels. Ascension, magical flight, disappearances, walking upon water, etc. among the mystics of Islam. One tradition of the dervishes tells us that the Sayyid, S-E-Y-Y-D, Sayyid, while listening to the teachings of the Sheikh, would understand the mysteries of them, became so excited that he put both feet into the hearth and took pieces of glowing coal out of it with his hand. Gotta go to sleep. See you later, Badger. We're almost done. We're gonna wrap up soon. So I hope you have a good eep. I also gotta go to bed. And then the last one is The Shamanic Guide to Death and Dying, Revised Edition. There's a very polite young lady pictured on the back named Kristen Madden, and she's wearing a cloak and several necklaces with feathers and rocks and stuff attached. And I love her. I love her so much. She looks so sincere, so happy, and she's like in the woods and she's got little round glasses on it. What a sleigh. An author, a teacher, a schooling mom, never would have guessed that you're homeschooling your kids, bestie. And a wildlife rehabilitator. This bitch got squirrels in her house. Raised in a shamanic home, she's the dean of Argentine School of the dean of the Argentine School of Shamanic Studies, a druid and a tutor in the Order of the Bards, Ovates, and Druids. Kristen is a member of the Druid College of Healing. Okay, bitch. She's hashtag educated. What we can honestly do is promise our children that we will always love them. Aww. And we'll be connected to them spiritual for as long as they live. We can explain the energy umbilical cord. Oh, okay. And tell them that we will watch over them from spirit. In addition, we can be brave enough to take responsibility for choosing legal guardians to care for our children should we die before they grow up. We can put into the will and discuss with our children. If it became terminally ill, we can also be brave enough to create time together so our children can grow to know and possibly love those guardians before we die. Oh my God. That was actually delightful. She seems so nice. That's like real advice. She really said, get your shit together, bitch. Slay. Absolute slay. Slaytina Aguilera. Oh my God. Look at that. That's actually so sweet. So those are the books I got at the thrift. They're all insane. And maybe we'll do this with one of them too. So I don't know. What I'll probably do is after we're done this book, I will put up a poll about what you guys want to do next. Hi, Coyote. How you doing, babe? How are you doing, baby? Good news and bad news. The good news is it's been 5 hours. And I actually don't feel that mad. I did expect to be mad, but I'm not that mad. Oh my God. Thank you for the tier 1. Blandy. Thank you.
Cyanide_ just subscribed.
Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you so much. Very sweet. I'm enjoying the late night. Very cool. Very cool. We are gonna wrap it up because I'm eeped. I don't know who the fuck we're gonna raid because the vibes are crazy out here. Fortune Cat is streaming. Duper is streaming. We have raided both those people before ever. Chuwu is streaming. Belle is streaming. Oh, we got to raid Sonari because Sonari's having a re-debut. Oh my God, I can't believe. I think Sonari might actually be eeping. Perhaps. But we are going to raid Sonari because she's having a re-debut and I want to surprise her. Have fun with Ajon. Olive, thank you for visiting. You guys, thank you very much for sticking with me. Oh, is Jam streaming too? We will raid Jammy sometime soon. And it actually would be fun to raid Jammy and go #apeshit with this insane occult stuff. But we're going to raid Senari to support the re-debut. You guys, Sen is so cute and such a fun friend. And she's very sweet and very cool. So I hope you guys enjoy her stream. It's been an amazing first stream. Well, thank you. I'm so glad you guys enjoyed this. I was worried that it was going to be too fucking weird and that I was going to be too angry. But if you guys had a good time, I had a good time. I'm going to try to make this into a YouTube video, and we are going to do it again, baby. Probably literally next week, we're going to do chapter 1. I might skip the introduction. It was justified anger. I agree. Promise the other guy is way less annoying. I swear to God. All right. You guys have a beautiful night. I'm going to be live again tomorrow, and we're going to be playing Elden Ring. How appropriate. I'm sure no esoteric bullshit will happen there. What are we doing in Elden Ring? I think we are literally fucking around and finding out, like, in the swamp. So enjoy that. I hope I see you there, and be very nice to Sen and her cool friends. We got some raid messages for you there, and I'll talk to you guys soon. You're all so gorgeous and beautiful. Please be good. Please behave yourselves. Yeah, we are in Hogwarts in Elden Ring. So if you want me to see me become a wizard Harry, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.